before the film begins.
Check 1, 2, mic check.
Of Fed policy, meaning what really matters for the economy is not
Check
the
1,
nominal
2.
rate so much, the 550
Hello,
on the
good
Fed
morning,
funds
James
rate right now.
Andreas.
It's the real rate, that rate minus the inflation rate. That's what matters for the real economy.
Just 1 second here.
If we're correct and inflation recedes going further and the Fed keeps nominal rates on hold, then the real rate is passively going to go up. And so, yes, the Fed may be done right now.
Just 1 second. I got some stuff I got to do. Some technical stuff in the background.
If inflation comes
Good morning, everybody. How's everybody doing?
Hope
you all had a great night. Nice squeeze overnight last night.
Passive tightening in terms of the real rate, and then you're looking at effects in through next year.
And in fact, we are seeing the real 10-year yield.
How's everybody doing? Binky, good morning, brother.
Here today was up.
Stacy, good morning. Sugas.
We're already seeing some
roller coaster. Jared.
Hey, thanks so much for joining us.
Faison, good morning.
Jay Bryson, chief economist at Wells Fargo, the pride of the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill, which is a mere 10 minutes down Route 15501 to get to Durham, North Carolina, the home of Duke University. So one of the all-time great rivalries.
See what I got going on
Nothing
here.
to unite a Duke and UVA alum like a UNC.
Yeah, it's amazing. The campuses are so close together. It's a quick little
save all
shot
that.
down there to play them in football, but basketball is kind of the big thing down there on Tobacco Road. All right, with our news down in Washington, D.C. is Amy Mars.
Oh, you ACC fans are adorable.
One
Donald
quick
Trump
second
has
here.
reportedly replaced the lawyer who's been leading his defense in Georgia. This was hours before his planned surrender. Multiple reports say Drew Findling, the lawyer who led Trump's defense in Georgia, is out, replaced by Stephen Sadow, an Atlanta-based criminal defense attorney. Trump has said he will surrender to authorities this evening. Yevgeny Prigozhin, the man who led the mutiny that posed the biggest threat to President Vladimir Putin, almost a quarter-century rule, is presumed dead. Russia's aviation authorities say he was in that deadly plane crash that killed all 10 aboard a flight from Moscow to St. Petersburg. Bloomberg's Maria Tadeo explains how there's some speculation behind the crash on Russian television.
On Russian channels, it is awash with speculation, some of which, of course, I'm not going to get into, but it does feature into this idea that people and individuals who have opposed or criticized Vladimir Putin, and certainly Prigozhin did that 2 months ago, seem to find themselves in situations where they either get seriously injured or, well, just mysteriously die.
Bloomberg's Maria Tadeo. Japan has started the release of treated wastewater from the Fukushima nuclear site into the Pacific Ocean in a process that could last about 30 years, triggering an immediate retaliation by China to curb seafood imports from Japan. Michael Jordan is the greatest basketball player of all time, and now we know he's the richest. The cornerstone of his wealth, that lucrative deal he has with Nike. But there's more. For the first time, the Bloomberg Billionaires Index.
Good morning. How's everybody doing out there? Hope you're all doing well. Give me one quick second. Turn this off. All right, that's off now. How's everybody doing out there? Good morning. Good morning. Hope you're all doing well. Morning, Deckhand, Dougie, Yeti, Oda, Bullshit. I am Bickery. Steve SB, Big Ball. Steve Austin, 6 Millie. Lisa Cullen, good morning. James Andreas. Sigorin 77, good morning. Matty Phillips, what's up, brother? How's everybody doing out there? Casey, good to see you. Kenny Tran, clear the ground. Everybody's doing well out there, it looks like. All right. Happy morning. Okay, so let's get started here. We got some stuff to look at. Now, supposedly, this morning, we've got something listed here that says Fed officials to speak at the Jackson Hole Summit. I'm looking right now for some kind of a live cast on this. Haven't found it yet. I'm going to check again. I'll check again around 10 on Bloomberg. I had Bloomberg radio on from New York City. So we'll check that again at 10 a.m., see if we can find some kind of a live broadcast of those speakers. The thing I want to say, the thumbnail in the video this morning, the thing that I wanted to say with the thumbnail for the video this morning was kind of twofold. Well, first of all, let's talk. Well, before even, I don't know if we get into the Jackson Hole thing right now, but we're going to have a longer, extended conversation today about the conversation we had yesterday in regards to the expectations from Jerome Powell, the expectations of what to expect from him into next year. Just on to the topic of the open this morning. I posted on Twitter patience, and so we're going to talk about that real quick here. Now, you'll see down here, you'll see this hourly trigger down here is likely going to correspond right down below here. So we're going to keep our eyes on this morning. See if this hourly trigger will hold. Not the daily trigger, hourly trigger. So hold on a second here. Right down inside of here, right here. And we're going to switch over. Let me see if I can switch over to show you guys this here.
China Foreign Ministry official says new members should be emerging economies and possess regional and strategic global influence.
Okay, so I want you guys to look at a couple things here. Or not a couple, but a few things, just so you have like a situational awareness of the market and where we are. So the first thing we're going to do is look at ES, okay? So on that open this morning, I like to watch ES and SPX, not just SPY. So that first band that you just saw on Bookmap is showing this band right here on ES. And I want you to see this here. I want you to see this right here, that we're sitting on this right now, okay, this hourly trigger. And ES specifically is bearish, right? Came above the daily trigger on ES, bounced around, coming back down to test the hourly right now, currently. And this is a sell signal for the market. Now, on SPX, not so much, right? This doesn't look selly at all, right? This looks pretty good. So ES giving us a warning of negativity. If you were to just look at ES right now, ES saying all things are bad here. Now, price is rejecting off SPX. You can see the price is right here. So there's that first pull up, and then this pull back right here. And this is showing an even lower target, right? Where that hourly trigger is showing. It's 44.15, 44.10 in cash market to the downside. SPY we have our initial push up and over. Right, price goes up and over. We talk about two things here. We talked about this yesterday, and we said price, when it breaks above the daily trigger, will not hold until it doesn't even have the opportunity to hold until the hourly trigger can get above there. So the idea here would be you'd expect price to come down and at least test that hourly trigger at minimum. And that's at minimum, right? And even if we continue up higher here with the hourly trigger, and that's the HT right there, you would still expect some kind of a grinding action here. Even if it squeezes up here, comes back down, you're still going to want to see. That would be more than likely your actual confirmation. Not this. That's not confirmation. Not confirmation. This would be confirmation here. And if you are you're an Elliott waiver. I always make fun of Elliott waivers, but I know what they're doing out there. And I know that somewhere up in here and in here, Elliott waivers are expecting a failure. They don't know if they're going to get it right here. They don't know if they're going to get it right in here. But they're expecting one. If you're an Elliott waiver out there, you have your racers and all that kind of stuff. Pay attention to this right now because it's pretty important, okay? So right in here, they're expecting a failure. And do you know where they're expecting us to go? Way lower. So we got a speaker. Let's see if we can get a read on the. See if we can get this. A quick second here. We get some actual. Give me a couple seconds there. We'll see if we can get an actual. Like 10 minutes until that happens. So just up inside here, I want you to see something here. There's an expectation here that there's a failure awaiting us somewhere in here. Could be on that 448 right where we are, or even higher. Either way, whether it's here or here, there's an expectation that this is where we're headed, down here. So that patience thing that I was talking about this morning, that post that I made on Twitter, the number one, your sellers are going to think this is it right here, right? They're going to be like, nope, this is it. You're not getting the failure up here. It's just going to be up here. We're going to blast down into the weekly trigger down here at this 427. So if you're a bull here, do you care much about this here? Probably not. You probably don't. And you're further probably looking at, hold on a second here. Can I get this? There we go. This is all kind of garbagey in here, right? It's kind of all garbagey. If you're a bull, I don't know that this is even worth messing around with. I don't know that any of this is worth. Kind of, I guess. If you're above the 5-minute 2070 MA, you could trade this. The real key here was going to be getting above this area here, these sellers, and then squeezing these people out above. So let's take a look at it right now on the main screen here. Let's go to a 5-minute chart. And there's a big old bear. It's a big old bear plane here. You see this? See that right there? It's kind of like a trap for bulls, right? 5-minute chart. Now, right now, price is below the 2070 MA on a 5-minute. What do we say about that? What's our rule about this? The rule is that we're not buying this, are we? We don't buy that right there. So currently we have a bear plane, and we're below the daily trigger, right? We're below the 2070 MA. Not conducive to a bull. What is conducive to a bull? And that is...
So Citigroup say OPEC may need to cut again as fragile members recover.
We're going to talk about oil today, too, and TLT. You see price come back up here. Confirm that 2070 EMA. Begin to attempt to make its way higher. Start thinking about some kind of a trade here. But until you see price above that 2070 EMA, you really don't have a trade as a bull. You know what I'm saying? And I don't even like this. Kind of looks sloppy to me. Most reversals don't end like this. So even as we come up into this zone right here, I'm going to draw a little box here and make it red. It's kind of like the last stand for these sellers right in here. So 1 minute chart right up in here. Want to watch what the reaction is in here
At
if
10
there is a
a.m. Eastern
reversal
Time, we
to the
expect
downside.
comments from Fed's Harker, who speaks
Straight
with
back down.
CNBC from the Kansas City Fed's Jackson Hole Economic Symposium.
And I'm not really even interested in this as a bull unless it comes back up and begins to have a reversal right there, right? Something like that right there. Oh. Make sense? Wait for all this to play itself out. Don't be putting risk on the table down here and be like, yeah, I bought the dip cap. I'm all good. Like, this is all danger zone for bulls. Definitely a trap for bulls. Doesn't mean you don't go up. Just means this is a 5 minute chart right here. Just means have some patience in here. You don't want to get trapped in this and then roll to the downside. We never tagged the actual hourly trigger. We need some time for the hourly trigger to come up here. So just give it some have some patience, I guess it would be the talk for today. Now, saying that, going back
Goldman
to
Sachs says Turkey's rate hike is a more forceful step to moving real rates to positive territory, making the lira more attractive.
saying all this at this point, right? Going back to the triggers. The greater point here is this big white line right here. This rejection trade to the downside. Okay, I want to show you two things here. Forget that line because that's not important. What I want you to come back and look at is three things. First one is right here. These are some no playing around, no joking, Mike Burry type people. These sellers right here are not kidding. These are the people that are out there that are telling you we're at the top. Screw you if you're a buyer. Your run is done. You get no attempt at all-time highs. No, not even a failure of an attempt at all-time highs. You don't get all-time highs. You don't get your 480. Your thesis down the road into next year is dead. That's these people right here. This is where they are right now. And you have real doom and gloomers. One second here. You got real doomers up in here. These guys up here, say guys, but how about we call them women? we're always using the masculine here, so we'll use the feminine. These women up here, they don't want us going anywhere near this here, right? So you've got two danger zones here for bulls. Pretty simple. If you're a new trader, young trader, I want you to know that these two zones right here are the danger zones for you. Now, let's look at these two. Let's bring this back right here. What makes that significant? And that's right here. Let's go back over here. This is the last place that we sold off right here, right? Got a nice squeeze and spoos right now, getting above that red box, right? And also getting above that bear plane. So right back over here, pay attention to that. Right, this is the one where they said, "Oh, you got the failure," right? What we didn't get was the actual failure up here. That would be the failure. That's 466.04. That's the real failure at all-time highs. And then we have above all-time highs. That is right here. 468.65. Now this band up here, that's the big boy, right? So this one up here, I guess we'll put that there. We'll put one more right below it, right there. This would be above, would be the actual new high. And we made a video 4 weeks ago now where we said, as we come up here, you're going to expect violence. You're going to get nasty pushbacks, nasty pushbacks, nasty pushbacks, right? I'm trying to exaggerate this. You expect kind of the same thing up here. Nasty pushbacks, and even to get up there, it's not going to be pretty. It's not going to be fun. And as of right now, we've hit all of these. We haven't hit this one. Haven't hit this one. Let's head back over to the 30-minute here. Right here, the last two we haven't hit. And you know this isn't going to be fun in here, right? Kind of see where they are. You know you got sellers over here. Serious people, right? More serious people right here. Then you got these magic souls up in here. You know they're there. You know they're right there. You know they're here and they're here. And it's not going to be fun. They're not going to make it easy on you. There's no possible way that they're going to make it easy for you to. This is not meant here to be easy. And you can see that last sell up here. You actually see another sell back down here. But we're like, no, we're out of there. Right? Come back down. So we're going to see how this plays out. So be careful in here. Trade this zone to zone. All that kind of stuff can be traded zone to zone. Same kind of a deal in here. And then above here. Whatever. Let's take a look at SPY real quick and see what's going on. SPY coming above. Watch this little green right here. Get price right now coming above, right? Or blast down, excuse me. Comes back up. Back down right now to test that half an hour. There's a half hour trigger in here, just sneaking inside of here. See it right there? Half hour trigger right there. See if this thing can hold, and the half hour can bring it up and squeeze it higher. And what's that target up there? 448.04. Here, I'm going to switch over to something really quick. Leave this up for you. Let me see if I can get this. One quick second here.
The WTO issues a panel report regarding Chinese duties on Australian barley.
Let me see if this will give us what we're looking for.
The two-year yield right now 3 basis points higher, right around 5%, 4.99 to be precise. Next in focus, of course.
I'm going to keep this on in the background here.
Central bankers at Jackson Hole, Wyoming. I'm John Tucker. I guess barber school would not be in your future.
It was an accident. As I say, I was a little bit
Keep your eyes down below here.
foggy at the time. And yeah,
All right.
it just
No explanation needed.
You got to check anytime you're trimming your beard. You got to check on the length of the
Sharp
razor.
objects.
Reversal in
That
progress right
there.
now.
I'll tell you one who's still sporting a pretty sporty beard, and that's Bailey Lipschultz. He joins us here in our Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. Bailey, we're looking
It's
at
a healthy beard.
That is a solid
I
effort.
will say I don't trim my beard for that exact reason. It happened to me a few years ago, and I'm just burned.
So now you have a beard guy that you go to?
Got a beard guy in Hoboken. It cost me an extra $34 a month, but,
Yeah, but-
keeps me tight.
Tight.
Yeah.
And
Long
no rookie
447
station,
Cs here.
Well, the biggest issue is when you're growing it back, it looks kind of ugly. It's not really a good length, at least for me. And
So
then it
let's
gets
just agree right here. He's going to go without a beard going forward.
me.
No, him.
Oh, Matt. Yeah.
All right, we'll do that.
I don't think so.
Done.
It's right
Look out
in
for it,
here.
Bailey.
As JT mentioned, all eyes were on NVIDIA. Right now, up 3.7%. Not a massive gain. Was up closer to 6.5% this morning, but still $37 billion in market value being added. Semiconductor index,
Just
though,
amazing.
flat on the day. When you're looking at some of those outperformers and underperformers, though, in the S&P 500, worst performing stock this morning, Dollar Tree, down 10%. Weak 3Q profit view, soft margins, disappointing. On the upside, though, Autodesk, ticker ADSK, rallying right now 3.5% after positive results in a forecast. So while all eyes were on NVIDIA, guys, we did have results from Dollar Tree, Autodesk. We have an update from Boeing.
$35 million, valuing Hugging Face.
One quick second. I gotta look at
Retail sales this morning came in kind of mixed, but still positive.
Here we go.
We saw industrial production manufacturing on the manufacturing side up fairly strongly. What does that tell you about where the economy is?
This is the
and
live
whether
interviewing.
you
I found
have
it.
done enough to slow things down and bring inflation lower?
Whoa.
Well, my take is that demand is cooling, but it's not yet cold, and I think that's what you saw today.
Getting trapped here. I
We had
wasn't
this
paying
big spike
attention.
on all of the demand metrics in January, but February, March, April, I think they're coming in much more flattish net of inflation, for example, in retail sales than they are up. And I think that's just a sign that the combination of all these things, rate hikes, eroding consumer savings, waning fiscal stimulus, are all affecting demand in the way that you would think.
Well, we've come down from 9% inflation to around 5%. The low-hanging fruit has been
Not
picked,
paying
as
attention to
they
my
say.
fucking position here.
Do you think you still need more restraint in order to get down?
I'm like, I gotta
at
get out of
least
this right
as
now.
Moving back down towards your 2% target?
Well, there's a plausible story there that combines the things I was just talking about and add, credit tightening to say they're going to bring demand down and in time bring inflation down. I think that's a plausible story. I'll just say for me, I'm still looking to be convinced. I still
About
see
this bar right
core
here.
inflation or trim mean inflation in the
I'm over here looking for a. They're gonna try to sell me down right now.
We're sort of operating at a annual rate of around 5. And I'm still looking to be convinced that demand will come down, and then, of course, that will
Fed's
bring
market
inflation
says
down
we should keep the
at a
stance
pace that won't
restrictive
erode,
for a while.
Expectations.
Well,
I'm gonna
then
mute
becomes
this guy in the
tactic you would
background
use.
here.
Do you think you need to?
This is Barkin
probably
speaking
go
right now,
into
by the way.
June meeting leaning towards a rate increase, or do you want to pause, see what happens, and start again? Even though some people have said you don't want that stop-start.
Well, I liked the optionality that was implied in the memorandum that we did, the statement we did after the last meeting. Obviously, in this period, even this month, we're going to have a full month's worth of data coming. You've got questions about the debt ceiling and what impact that might have. You've got questions about credit
Still long
tightening
here.
and
I'm
how
not gonna try to get
significant,
out
that
unless we
might
get a
be.
green
So I
bar
think
up
it gives
here.
you time and optionality to say either there's still more we need to do, so let's do more, or it's still okay to wait, and we'll wait a bit. I think you have optionality either way.
So we put you down as undecided for the June 14th
Matting
vote.
right now.
Put me down as tracking the
Try
information,
to get unfucked
tracking
from
the
this
debt
position.
ceiling, tracking credit tightening, and we'll make a call when we get closer to the meeting.
You've got some big banks in your district. When the Fed raises rates, banks always tighten credit standards, loan demand goes down. So the question is, are you seeing anything, or are they telling you they're seeing anything because of the bank issues we had in March that is worse than what normally would be expected?
Well,
So I bought some calls right here, wasn't paying attention, was trying to get barking on YouTube. Didn't even see this roll here.
Sure the liquidity is locked tight.
Down big. So I just grabbed some more calls to try to get out of the trade up here. So
you're in a situation where the deposits are repricing. That does mean they're going to look at the marginal credit a little bit tighter, and that could be the marginal consumer credit, certainly commercial real estate. Folks are telling me that credit's hard to get in that sector. Small businesses. And then the only other thing you hear this particularly with the smaller banks, is they do worry about margin in the context of deposits being a place of so much attention, and obviously repricing.
What about commercial real estate? There's a feeling that could be the weak point for lenders this cycle. Are they
448.04?
Or do they see
they got the
this as
warning
kind of
up
a
here.
normal cycle?
Well, commercial real estate's a big sector, and so if you're in industrial or you're in retail or you're in multifamily, I think folks there feel the normal everyday pressures, but nothing out of the ordinary. But if you go to commercial office, particularly downtown commercial office, particularly B and C downtown commercial office, particularly in cities like Washington where people are not back to work, that's where you hear the most concern. And I think folks are concerned until occupancy rates get back to where they were beforehand. I think they do worry about valuations.
Right here, big old trap right here. I got trapped right in this right here.
CRE issues could do to the economy, or is it just kind of something at this point that is in the mix?
Oh, I'm watching that closely, and I think that is a vulnerability. Now, it's not an unknown vulnerability. We've seen commercial real estate challenges before. We know how that plays out. We know what to track, what to monitor, and we know that happens over time, not in a big fell swoop. But it's certainly a vulnerability that I'm focusing on.
Unemployment is not behaving as the Fed forecast it would. How are you thinking about that now? When you go into June and you do a new projection, are you still going to see unemployment at 4.5%, or do you think it comes down?
Well, the job market, 3.4% unemployment, maybe we're no longer red hot, but we're certainly hot. And some of the secondary indicators may be softening, quits, claims, but the unemployment rate is still a critical variable here, and it's still quite hot. So that's how I see it, and therefore it has not softened as much as I would have imagined 3 months ago. So I'd imagine my forecast will come down a little bit.
Buying another 10-pack here.
Professional segment, because if you look at the layoff notices over the last 6 months, they by and large
got caught right in this right here. Wasn't even paying attention, just sitting here.
Or even frontline service
Bought that one right there.
Places,
boom, that bar right there caught me. What's going on here? This thing doesn't want to.
are still tight. They've been much more support and overhead technology kind of layoffs. And the unemployment rate in that group is quite low. The propensity to file for unemployment is quite low. So one thing I'm playing around with is the idea that maybe unemployment won't spike as much as normal, because the folks who are being displaced are folks with less propensity to unemployment and a faster ability to repot.
Well, what are CEOs telling you in your district about their labor plans? Are they hoarding people because they're hard to find? Or do they think maybe we aren't going to go into recession, so there's not a need to let people go?
Most of the folks I talk to do anticipate some sort of a downturn coming over the next few quarters. They've got the recession playbook out and they're working it. But when it comes to downsizing, I think they're quite cautious. And it's exactly the reason you talked about. They fought tooth and nail for 18 months to try to find workers and hold workers and retain workers. They're just reluctant to let them go. That's particularly true, I think, in frontline service workers, manufacturing, construction, places where they're just concerned there's an overall shortage and they just don't want to have to go back to where they were 18 months ago.
Are they still paying more to attract workers, or is that trend starting to slow?
I'm in straight salvage mode here. Like straight up salvage mode. Bad here. This is all bearish here. All this bearish here. I'm buying it. Just bought another fucking 25 down here. Buying 9 cents down here. Got caught at like 27 up here. 66% of the trade gone right in here. Just in that trade right there. I'm a fucking bag holder. I hate being a bag holder on 0 dates. Not paying attention, trying. What's going on with this thing here? Hold on 1 second here, guys.
It's still elevated, still high, but absolutely the year-over-year rate of increase is coming down. And
I'm gonna turn some of this off
from
here.
Red hot to hot. 18 months ago, there was
Try to
desperation.
get.
You really couldn't get the job
One quick
done.
second here.
Now, folks are getting the job
Maybe that's
done.
working better.
It's just a question of vacancies or
Turn all that
concerns.
off.
Attrition rates are down, and so I think the pressure on compensation is down.
What about on the price side? Are people finding a limit to their ability to raise prices, or do we still see that trend continue?
Yeah,
Well,
360 is
most people
plenty.
If there is a recession, 2 or 3 quarters down, they're not going to have the pricing power that they had last year. But they're not going to give it up without being forced to give it up. And if you look at a lot of the earnings reports over the first quarter, particularly in consumer goods, you saw a lot of companies with prices up 10 to 12%.
Sellers this is like perfect right here. Perfect. Dude, if I wasn't even watching. I'm all like angry at myself now for not paying attention. So you can see when you're not paying attention what happens here. You end up getting caught up. So I'm sitting here watching this right now. On a 5-minute.
Where price increases have stopped or stalled, but there are a lot of places where they're continuing, and that's what's behind the elevated inflation we're seeing today.
Huge reversal sign right here. I want you to see this right here in a 5-minute chart right there. Huge reversal coming up. I'm going to likely get stopped out here in just a moment. If there's any kind of a breakthrough this here.
Actions that have been taken in the past, both ours and by others. But like I said, I'm still looking to be.
Matter of fact, hold on here.
And it may take more.
Now, when you say you're looking to be convinced, do you think it's a good idea to stop for a while and then start again? Because that sends mixed signals, according to Chairman Powell. Or is it better to be cautious because you have done so much and you don't know the full effect of tightening on the economy?
Well, I think the message sent in the last statement was one of optionality.
I got a 100 pack of puts here. If we start breaking through this here, it's going to get ugly.
Uncertainty's high, environmental uncertainty, and also uncertainty about the impact of what's happened.
So you guys can see this.
Lagged effects of rate increases and the like. And so I think in the context of that uncertainty, a path that is cautious but not
1 minute here.
would be a good way to put it. So
Got a bunch of calls, whole bunch of calls here.
With all these lagged effects.
Looking to buy a bunch of puts, but don't want to buy them exactly right here. Want to see if it bounces at any point.
The idea of hold for a very long period of time.
Gonna be a fucking bag holder down here.
What everybody has said about that, you get to a certain level and you're not going to be cutting rates anytime soon. But if inflation comes down quickly,
I'm looking at 440Ps.
Rates, obviously, if the debt ceiling goes over the cliff, you might be forced to. But is your preference to just get up to a certain level and stay there?
The Richmond Fed's done a lot of work on the lessons from the 70s. Number one lesson of the 70s is...
One quick second here. I got one quick thing I got to do.
And, don't back off of fighting inflation because you're worried about what the other consequences might be. And so I definitely buy into that school. I think you want inflation put to bed and put to bed finally and firmly. And if you don't do that, it'll come back higher, and then you'll end up doing even more damage. So, yes, I'm in the world of let's make sure we have convincing, compelling evidence inflation is behind us.
Now, the Richmond Fed has, like everybody else, bank examiners there, and you have some big banks in your district. Does something about the banking supervision practice need to change?
I got I'm getting scam phone calls from a solar company.
Regional president's viewpoint that needs to be adjusted?
Well, I don't want to front run whatever he's saying today, but I read his report with great interest, and it resonated to me. And so I certainly think the parts on supervision that are practices.
Getting like some solar company from Florida phone call.
morning, everyone. Welcome to the next installment of the JKMRC Friday morning seminar series that take place here at the
I think that's it.
Lecture Theater, but also online, as is the case this morning. My name is Katerina, and myself and Karina are co-chairs organizing the seminar series this year. So before we start, on behalf of
I think that was it for speakers this morning. So kind of a non-event with the Fed this morning. Oh, Joe, did you buy those bags down there? Dude, were you like watching the roll or no? I wasn't even watching the roll. Like this right here. Woof. I didn't even see that roll right here. If I'd seen that bar go down right there, it would have been out. I got a bunch of calls now. I keep adding, so I added a bunch of 447s here and like here and then here. So I got a shit ton of 447s for today. And then I have a stack of I was looking at 100 440Ps. I'm like, do I have to buy, like, slam the sell button on TQQ or SQQQ? Now I'm the proud owner of 300 447Cs. Yeah, I wasn't paying attention up here. Was not looking. So, yeah, it happens. It's gonna be okay. If they start to send us below over here, it'll get ugly down here. We start breaking down here. My hope here is that I can. Well, my hope was here I'd get out. So I'm looking to get out here or here now. If there's no get out of the trade up here or anything like that. If I can't get out here, I've got a bunch of puts set up for down below. So the moment we break through this here, any kind of break below this hourly trigger, I'm gonna dump the calls and start picking up puts and max it out. So to make that trade back, I'm gonna keep my eyes on it right now. See what goes on. See if they try to keep sending this lower. It looks really bearish still. This cross up here is not good. This cross right here, and that reversal right in here, not good for bulls. So we'll see if we can get back up here and at least make some of the money back that I'm losing here. You guys, I can't believe, I'm over here doing all this work in the background. You guys didn't see that reversal right there? You're out of your minds. Like that right there. I bought that one right there. Bam. That reversal right there was enough tell. It's all you needed right there to get to sell right there. I'm sitting right here. Still in calls here. Don't want to see this break down below. Don't want to see it. There should be a bloodbath or something in here, and I just don't want to see it. My finger on the sell trigger here on the calls, just in case. Man, NASDAQ looks ugly. It's got a big gap at 14,918.60. All sold my calls. Just bought a bunch of puts. Got 440 Ps. Big L, 60%. Well, not 60%. It's like, well, 60% on the original that I bought. So now I'm sitting on 440 Ps right here. Now trading 26 off 21. 27. I'm going to stay on these at this point. Not going to sell them here. And this right here is ugly. Like all this right here is pretty ugly. Price under daily trigger, hourly trigger. Big, huge bear cross up here. Targets down below include 441.93 and then 440.16. Unless there's some kind of recovery, going to stay in these puts all day long until we get down here. Trading 442.48. This is now closing up. Right back here is that initial support we found here yesterday on 442.39. Trading 25 right now. Have a limit sell on 440p for 21 cents. Trading 23 right now. Only up a penny here. Trading 25. NASDAQ just bleeding. First target on NASDAQ, 14,985.09. 14,946 after that, and then 14,919.83. Trading 26 right now in 440 Ps. 27, 28, 29, 31, 33, 34, 5, taking 35, flat now. That helped. That actually helped right there. Oop. I should have stayed in puts down here and grabbed all this shit down here. I'm looking for one more push up higher and see if we can get that next down leg down to that 440. Flat right now. Whew, that saved part of that trade. I don't know how. I think I'm still down, but I didn't take like all 300 on the calls above here. I started buying a bunch of crap down here to try to DCA it. But this helped right here. This is a big trade right here. Made good money here. See if we can catch another sell above here. We're not done going down, so just heads up. Whether it's right here or just right here. Got two more targets here, 440.16 and 441.52. Makes you wonder if let me go look at something here. NVDA with a dip buy. NVDA gave back most of the trade, not all of it right now. The implied move for NVDA, upside target was 506.13. Downside target 426.45 by the 25th. They've given back most of the trade. They still have 409.81 from the closing bell yesterday, 470.51, somewhere in there. Yeah, I'm still not buying any call or any puts here. No puts for me here. I already know how this shit goes. I already know exactly how this goes. I'm over here buying puts and we get one big giant green bar up here and then I'm like half down on my trade. Want nothing to do with that shit. Zero to do with that. I'd see him trading 48, and I'm like, I don't care. I'm like, I don't care. I've already gotten fucking burned on too many puts. Still bloodbath and NDX. They want to send this straight down here. I'm unwilling to buy it. I don't want to get caught in this. We're trying to get this to go straight red bar down. I don't want to get anything to do with that. It always happens to me. Like, I'll end up buying puts right here. We blast up. They're worth half their value. So I'll just be patient here. Another fascinating thing this morning is Dixie. So the Dix this morning at a high of 103.94 this morning here at 8:52. So a huge reading on Dixie. I keep a big box written on Dixie. Let's see if I can find it right now. See if I can see it on this chart. Like 104.78, 105.08, 105.43. Anything above that, I start getting pretty sketched out on the market. And then when I saw that 103 this morning, they're trying to kiss that 104 area. Anytime we get up around that 104, 104.78, 105-ish, anything above there, I start panicking. And that dollar, that like 105, any of that kind of stuff up there. Never, ever like seeing it. When you start to like crank up to like $4, $5, $8, $7, $10, it's really bad for SPY. So, and of course you can see that they're trying to squeeze back up there. If you go onto a daily chart on Dixie, let's take a look at Dixie really quick. One quick second. We're going to take a quick look at Dixie. It's just on Dixie here. Don't like seeing this right here, right? So this is a 1 minute chart here on Dixie. And on a larger point here, let's take a look here on DXY. In this like 105 zone somewhere in here, very concerning to me. We have known sellers above here. Known sellers right here. And this is looking fairly bullish here, right? I want you to see this here. I want you to see how we have a failure to cross on a daily here. Failure to cross on a daily here. Failure to cross on a daily here. But just right now, we're getting this cross here. I want you to pay attention to this here. See that cross right there? Here's the cross right here. Don't like seeing this here. This kind of spelling that doom trade to the downside to that 425, or excuse me, 427. Even if there is a bounce on that weekly trigger, if this was to continue to the upside, this spells doom for the market. So let's go to SPX. One quick second here. Should be a nice reversal coming up to the downside. One more right here. For this S1. Got a starter position on puts again. 440p. Not as big of a trade this time though. Only 25 contracts. I'm going to try to add more right here. And right here if I have to. Build up to 75 or so. Now I want to switch over really quick to the trigger screen right here and draw your attention to SPOOs and what its reaction would be to that Dixie. So when you're looking at the dollar, right? Dollar's telling you, yeah, if we start squeezing higher, we're going to blast down, right? Tag that 427 down here, but it's even scarier as it shows a break in a trade lower to 420 and then 4,000. There's 402 down there. And there's the monthly down here. So only in 25 puts right now. So just down inside of here. We're going to go back and look at Dixie really quick. So this is DXC Volatility Town. Anything above this here, right? It starts getting nasty. And I want you to see this here. Holy shit. Just sold 52 cents on puts. Probably should have held them. But the idea here is this. I'm going to get back to this really quick. Is you can see the support, see the daily trigger coming up. Prices above the hourly. All this bullishness in here is leaning towards that really nasty rejection from 450. Now, they're trying to get it started right now. Hang time, let me switch back over here. So I just took profit right here. Maybe I can jump back in right here. I'll try to jump in again. Hold on here. Try to jump on this bar right here. Took 20 cents off that last trade. I should have stayed in that fucking trade, and I didn't. Now it's like teasing me. It's like, come on, buy some more, bro. NASDAQ coming into its first point of support, 14,990. It's got more gaps below, though, at 14,918. So there's still more down to go for NASDAQ. Flat right now. Don't want to buy this. I don't have anything to do with this crap in here. I was hoping for one more push higher. Getting left behind here in this trade. Just going to hang tight here. Oh, man, dude, I want this bad. Just so you can see, I want to sell this right here. See if I can get. Same greed as yesterday. I'm like, just patience, 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 patience. Coming into that same place, right? It was that same place. This was the same place as this close over here. A couple days ago, you got that one. Closed below. Bounced up. Came right back down into it yesterday. Ripped some faces off. They do it a fourth time. What is Yeah, 440.34. So this 440.34 is right down here. So if you're looking for that same up trade, right there. And watch that down below right there in front of me. Fly right now. Catching a bounce in that first support on NASDAQ. I don't think it's done going down though, so don't be believing any kind of bounce there in NASDAQ just yet. Let's check the 5-minute here. Watch out for a big old squeeze here. Just be careful of a big squeeze up in here. Can squeeze all the way up here. Just be careful if you're short. Don't get trapped in here. This is a no-go zone. All this is no-go zone. A little bit of flattening here. Kind of the rug pull right there, right? Not much left down here. Bring that right there. Just right up in here. See if this here holds or not. If there's a break above here and you're short, watch out. It'll squeeze all the way up to 443.50. Fucking wild. I'm watching 440p's right now. They were like 58 cents right here. Now worth 36 cents. Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 bars. It's kind of the place right here. Tired, man. Last night my wife came to me. So after the show yesterday, my wife was like, "Oh, you ready to go to we had a school event last night, like, I don't know, 5:30 or something like that." And I had no idea that we had like a school event. I had no idea. And they're like, "What do you mean you have no idea?" I'm like, "I don't believe any of you." Like my wife and my kids, I'm like, "I don't believe you." I'm like, no one's ever told me anything about this. Happens frequently where I've been told that I've been told, but I don't know if it's in passing that I'm told. Like no email, no text message, no Google Calendar, no nothing. Just, "Hey, you ready to go?" So I had like 2 whiskeys yesterday. I had like 2, I don't know if it was 3 fingers. It had a lot of ice cubes in there, but like 2 3-finger whiskeys on the rocks. And my wife was like, "We got to go to a school event for the kids, for my youngest specifically." And so I'm like, shoot, I'm like, this isn't good. So I'm like pounding coffee, brushing my teeth, washing my hands, wash my face off. And I get to the event, and I'm out in the parking lot. And I asked my oldest, I'm like, "Does Daddy smell like whiskey? Does Daddy smell like bourbon?" I wasn't driving, by the way. My wife drove. I was pretty stoked about that. And she's like, "Yes, Daddy." I'm like, "God damn." So, of course, this is outside. It's a beautiful day. And so I had to put a mask on. So I wore a mask at this event for my like meet and greet. There's like kids everywhere, and they're having a barbecue. All kinds of other nonsense. But it made me think yesterday because we haven't done in-person schooling for a significant amount of time, right? Since COVID. Oh. They're teasing me. They're teasing me here. They're teasing me. So I'm at this event yesterday, and I'm paranoid, like super paranoid. I don't want to be there. This is like not a formal event. It was a very relaxed, like get together or whatever. It was very informal. It was like big barbecue, and then just meet and greet, chatting, meeting other kids, meeting teachers, that kind of stuff. I'm still flat here. I miss this bar right here. And so I'm sitting in this sitting out in this event yesterday. And of course I'm paranoid, but what I forgot about was that when my kids were in real in-person school, I used to send the teachers bottles of bourbon and tequila. So I used to have a lot of friends that were teachers, and they're all like crazy people. Like every teacher I know is not every teacher, but like a lot of them, they like to get down and party. So I lost a little bit of my fear yesterday. I was like, I've never had a teacher return a bottle of booze from a Christmas present. I'm like, I'll give them Christmas presents. Like I could wrap them up and bring them to them. I'm like, here, like Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays. And I've never had one return. As a matter of fact, one teacher that I didn't know showed up at Burning Man one year that I used to give bottles of bourbon to. And I I met him through some other friends at a Burning Man. And I was like, I know you. I was like, you're my daughter's teacher. And that was kind of a funny time. But I was talking to a buddy last night about it, and I'm like, get back over here. Let me move this camera. Hold on a second here. So why am I not on camera? I need to shift it that way. Is that better? Maybe you can see me better over there like that. Oh, I missed this. Yeah. Those are trading 65 right now. 440 P's trading 67 right now. I'm not in this trade. I'm flat still. Should break through this. Go back over here and take a peek. Should grab this right here easily. Watch that cursor. Should get all this. Should tag S1. We got more places down below. We've got this right here. Get some more targets down here. Dude, I missed that whole fucking trade right there. 438.95, 438.17. God damn, I can't believe I missed that trade right there. That was like an easy trade right there. Missed that fucking thing. That shit's trading 80 cents right now. Take the money off that trade if you are short there. If you grab that trade right there, congratulations. These were like 32 cents. Went straight to 80. So I went to this barbecue last night, and it's like late, man. Like they kept us there until dusk, right? I don't know what time that was, but they did keep us there until dusk yesterday. And I thought about that while I was there with those teachers. So I felt so guilty when I was there. They were talking about school supplies. And these teachers, they all still need school supplies. Doesn't matter. This is a private school. It's not the expensive private school, but it's a private school, and they still need supplies. So I was talking to the teacher, and I told her I'd give her a gift card instead of supplies. I was like, I'll just drop a gift card off. I was like, I know that some parents like to bring the fun stuff, but not the not fun stuff. And she said yes to it. She said yes to bringing the gift card and not actual school supplies for the kids. Dude, I wish I grabbed that right there. I'm fucking pissed. Like, that is a great goddamn trade right there. A little bit more down to go. NASDAQ still wants to trade 918.60. Still not done here. Reset it right above here. Here goes the white box right here. You don't want to be, let's see if we can get this here for you. Just right in here. Get all this stuff down here to clean up. See if we can jump on this with you and take all that out down there. 437.57, 438.17, 438.95. The entire move for NVDA would be 471.29. Just watching NVDA back here right now in the background. A little bit of a dip buy down here on. So pay attention to this right here. You can come down here and watch down below here. Whoop. Still have more down to go on the hourly trigger. So just right down here, probably not done going down. I know that we have some previous examples. So I can show you this here. Hold on a second here. Switch over the trigger. So just right here, previous examples of dips being bought. Saying that I'm not trusting this is the place to buy a dip. You can see this red candle here as being the attempt is to buy this right now. Saying that, though, I don't like the hourly velocity here. So let's take a look at hourly velo. I want you to see this here. So this velo has not turned around. So we're still making new lows on velo. And I want you to see this here. I'm not sold on this being the last candle down here. And just this right here. Look at these two right here. Like this one's just getting started. I'm not seeing higher lows on half hour velo, and just watching hourly velo, it's still got more it can go down here. So I'm not seeing like a higher green bar or yellow bar, green bar here. So I'm not seeing a bar like up here showing this is bottom. So until I start to see this kind of stuff here and higher bars in here, not sold or convinced in any way, shape, or form that we're done going down. Now, classically, traditionally, you'd be buying this and you'd be ripping up higher here. Watching all this stuff roll over above here. This isn't good. So not a buyer down here of going long on not a fan of this zone right here. I'm like, I don't buy this at all. I think there's more down to go. So we'll keep our eyes here. There's that yellow bar. Here's the white one now right up here. We'll see if there's a place to sell right above. See if there's a squeeze up here. And then more continuation of the downside here. Let's see if I can jump on this one finally. Missed one big trade. Took two great trades to the downside. Now trying to at least. I missed this. This one right here was fucking awesome. Traded a 100% trade in about 5 minutes. I might just take this bar right here. I want 76 cents for that, man. Oh. They want $2,000 for me just to trade 25 contracts here. And I'm like, man, I ain't fucking paying that. So I'm going to switch over to 438 Ps. I'm not paying 76 cents for fucking puts. I'd rather just sit there and do nothing than buy puts. They're 24 cents right now. I'm going to start with 25 contracts. The thesis here would be, let me make sure I get this right. $438.95 or something. I think that's as much as I would take it. So some of you out there are going to say 438.17, but I don't think we get that low. So I'm going to be looking for some kind of move like that next. And again, don't get trapped up above. Don't get trapped above this white line. Get trapped inside of that shit. VIX coming back to retest its previous high above at 1636 right now. HYG has gap to close down below at 74.20. Dixie raging hard on right now. Yeah, 438.95. Oh, you know what? Maybe I'll switch down. Hold on. 439 is getting cheaper again. They're at 40 cents. Get them at like 30 or so. So I was on 438s. Now I'm looking at 439s. This is like right off the fucking bat. Fucking busy ass morning, dude. Like big moves today. Big moves. Let me slide this over so you can see it. They're at 37 right now. $40, $39. They're trying to tease me right now. They're like, oh, it's at 42, bro. It's going down. I'm like, yeah, not quite yet. I don't believe you. Go back up there and touch that white bar, that white box. Yep. Long on 47 on 439s. Down a penny, down 2 pennies, flat. 25 contracts, 439p. Trading 51. Oh, fuck. I'm going to get stopped out here. Down 2 pennies, sold, flat right now. Lost 2 pennies in that trade. Was up briefly for a minute. Some gap down below on NASDAQ. There's a little bit of a spinning top here at the bottom. I don't think we're done going down here. I just don't want to can't stand buying puts and then losing like fucking 50% of their value. I hate puts. I'll be honest with you. I can't stand them. Total waste of time. I know some of you don't believe so, but I know most of you lose on puts like 90% of the time for the one winner. So I'm not really a fan. They're not built for like calls are. So flat again. No go on this trade. Stopped out right in here. I'll tell you what, though, man, that stuff like wears me out. Like, so last night, I went to the event last night, and then we got done at dusk. So let's call it like 9 o'clock or so somewhere in there. So it's like 9 o'clock last night, and then of course we have to eat. So take the wife and kids out to eat dinner, and we went out to eat dinner last night, and I can kind of tell we're getting back into the fall. There wasn't a lot of restaurants open, and I noticed it starkly last night that there weren't a lot of. I didn't eat the barbecue, so they had like a bunch of barbecue going, but it's like those. You're just like, it was like it was all free. Like, well, it's not free. You pay a tuition to go to the school, but it's like it's not like a barbecue where someone cares. It's a kids' barbecue. It's got like frozen hamburgers and gross, not the good hot dogs. It's got like the gross hot dogs, that kind of stuff. It's a great. I shouldn't bitch about it, but I wasn't gonna eat that stuff. So I'm like, I'm not eating that crap. I don't eat like generally speaking, I don't eat. Every once in a while I will get fast food, but I don't eat fast food as a generalization. Like I just won't do it. And it's like I went to a Culver's recently, and that was really good. And it was kind of like a special thing because did I miss that? I totally fucking missed that one again. I'm over here chatting, and I didn't catch that bar right there. God damn it, I gotta pay attention. This bar right here, man. I gotta pay more attention here. So I don't eat fast food. Like as a general rule, I won't eat it. If I do eat it, it better be good. It better be good. It better be good. It better be like well made. I'm like the kind of guy that's like, if I'm gonna go eat McDonald's fries, that's all I order. You better they better be coming out of the fryer for me. If I was eating a meal with French fries, I'd be a little more like, they came out of the basket thing that holds the fries. And I would be fine, like okay-ish with that. But if I'm just buying fries, they better be like crispy. And so I went to a Culver's one morning recently, like, I don't know, a couple months ago. And no one was there. They had just opened. And I got a great burger, crispy fries. It was amazing. The other thing that I don't do with fast food anymore is I don't go to like Five Guys. I love In-N-Out. Love In-N-Out. Can't stand Five Guys. Can't stand the price that I pay for Five Guys. Like go in there with the wife and kids, $100. Boom, gone. And I'm just like, and their fries are okay. They're like, I don't know what they do to fuck them up. They do everything perfect like you're supposed to do to make French fries. Whenever I get my fries from Five Guys, they're kind of limp. I don't know what the reason is for their fries not being as good as they should be for what they do to make their French fries. So why am I saying that? Is because I didn't eat that food last night. So I'm going out looking for something to eat, and everything is closing at 9 o'clock. And we live in a city, so this city doesn't sleep. And so I was just noticing it last night that there weren't that many options. I couldn't decide if it was coming back into the school season, people getting ready for the fall, or restaurants just saying no. There's no business to stay open after 9 p.m. Not from 9 until 10 or any of that kind of stuff. Bring this back down here. All right, let's see if we can try this again. Hold on here. I got my finger in the trigger here. So we're going to see if we can get a reversal. One last leg down here. I'm watching HYG right now. Let me show you this. So HYG on see this right here? This doesn't look like it's going to get down there and fill that right now. It does look like it can do this, though. It's not bearish right here. So on SPY, I want to show you, I'll show you Dixie too. Dixie looking like down here. Nope. 4R maybe. We'll show it. Yeah, right in here. Right down here. Do that. I'll tell you what, that 105.11 up there. Woo. See that right there? That's bullish, man. This is showing a bloodbath and SPOOs right here. Just a heads up in here. Just watch this right here. Like you come up here, right, and it's going to get nasty in SPY. Like straight nasty. So that's a 4-hour right there on SPOOs. Or not SPOOs, on Dixie. Excuse me. 1 hour, 15 minutes. 5 minute, 1 minute. Yeah, that's bullshit. On 439 Ps again. See what happens here. Like we're either going to squeeze pretty hard here or we're going to roll this down pretty hard. One or the other here, so. Any kind of trade above here. Off stops right there, so. But even after doing all that stuff last night, finally found some dinner. So he found some dinner last night. By the time I was done with that, it was like 10:30, 11:30 at night. And then I'm not like I get home last night and I had a bunch of other stuff that I had to do. Kid's still awake. Youngest daughter needed some stuff done for her. She had a great time though, which is good. She actually has a friend from her previous school, pre-COVID, that was there last night, so I was kind of stoked with that. So she did know some people there, and yeah, we're getting the kids ready to rock. They're almost done. Almost like all their crap is almost done. Just waiting on the oldest child. She's got a few, well, not a few, but she's got like 10 different things she has to finalize for her schooling. It's like 10. She's got like 10 different things. It's not like the oldest is no joke. We're going to talk about the Fed today at some point, about Jerome Powell tomorrow, what to expect out of him and his speech. I feel like I'm going to be a bag holder here. Come on, man. Keep going down. Trading 50 right now. 51. This ain't working for me, man. Give me that quick blast down. I got to stop here just in case this reverses. I'm up right now, but I got to stop right where I bottom, so we'll see. I didn't take this here. I probably should have taken this, and I didn't. Right here. Still long puts. We got one more penny to go. And I'm out right there. So I'm stopped out again. Second time stopped out. No loss on this trade, though, right now, so. No joy. Tag of S1 right now. Trading 1496 or 967 on NASDAQ. Was looking for 14,918. It's pretty close. I want that last bloodbath down here. I want like that last, like just straight down. Let it all hang out, V-shaped recovery. No, don't know if I'm going to get it here. Rubber band in here is getting pretty big. Pretty big space in here. Spoo's squeezing higher right now. First attempt at getting above the 27 EMA on a 1-minute chart. HYG coming into its 5-minute 27 EMA. We're going to see if we get a reversal here. So 74.51, you want to see a reversal to the downside on HYG. Currently trading 74.45. It's like 74.31-ish. Apple still has a gap to close down below it, 176.10, 156.53. Sorry, 175.53 on Apple. Just waiting on HYG to come up here and tag that 27 EMA. Did that tag that once or twice? Tagged it just that one time. Starting to get a clean break down below of, if you follow down below here, getting a clean break of known buyers here. Let's take a look here. See it right there. We have a breakdown there. I guess maybe not. Depends. I guess I'm being kind of sloppy on this stuff right here. So just right down in here. Oh. Long again, 439, 45 cents, 25 contracts on 439 Ps. Like, seriously, send this fucking thing down. Trading 47 right now. Down a penny on the trade right now. Flat up a penny. I think I'm just going to stay in this fucking trade here. Just want that one quick blast down. Just that one, like, giant fucking... Just like one quick blast. I'm just going to stay in this trade unless we break above. I want to see a closing fucking bar above this white box. We'll wrap it up and buy calls if that happens. I'm not getting out this time. I went flat, or I had a stop back here, but then I lost a bunch of pennies over here, so I'm just going to leave it on. If we, at any point, reverse, get some closing bars above, I'll close them out and take this trade to the upside. Otherwise, long puts here. Target down below 438.95. Keep on going, keep on going, keep on going, keep on going. Don't stop. Look at 14, 9, 18, 60. Maybe slightly higher. Oh, dude, seriously, dude. Oh, you fucking. I'm such a pain in the ass. I gotta stop now on him. Come on, Bears. Come on, sellers. Can't get it done. Send it down. HYG reversing to the upside right now. Send it down, dude. Trading 53 and 439p. VIX coming into its first resistance at 1662. Trading 58 right now. Got another 4 pennies to go. Trading 56. I'm going to raise my stop. Raising my stops to 50 cents. Trading 56 right now. I'm about to get stopped out. I'm close. Come on, baby. Keep on going down. Getting a break of known support on traditional charting over here. Talked about that earlier. Look down below. Look if you're a bear, look for that bloodbath. See if you can actually get some meaningful downside. Trading 57. I'm not going to move. I'm just going to stay here. Stops are at 50, so I'm just going to leave them on for where we are. I'm green on these anyways, so. Trading 55, 56 right now. 11:39. Bears have another 21 minutes to go on this candle. So this candle right here. Bears ain't done here. They got this candle. A little bit more to go to this downside. Close all this out down here. It's 438.50. It's like, here's 3 pennies, here's 5 pennies, take 5 pennies away. Trading 52, 53, 52. We're coming into that 14,921. Yep, I'm out. I'm out here. I'm flat. They took me out. So that green right there just took me out. Dude, I kid you not. Like, puts, man, fucking suck. They fucking suck. I fucking hate puts, man. I can't stand them. The fact that none of this shit holds its value down here is garbage. It's better to just short the market. It's better to just short it on futures than to trade puts. I can't stand puts, man. Cash market puts. Unless you're like structuring them in a trade, like a spread or something. Now they're trading 57 again. I'm not buying them. I'm not willing to do that shit. I just took the money and ran. So I made that was quick profits, 5 cents. If it comes back up and hits like 49 or 48, I'll consider it. I'm not willing to give up money, man, to puts, dude. Puts don't pay, bro. Yeah, I don't exactly, like I don't like I can't stand puts. I can't stand them. A little bit of a bounce here on that 14,921. The rest of the gap on NASDAQ is exactly 14,916. HYG rolling over here on its 27 EMA. It's got a gap down below to close at 74.21. So we're getting close. We're almost there. Apple is 175.55. VIX trying to get up into its 1662. So we're fairly close to a bottom here, or what should be a bottom. Just waiting for this last little bit here. Try to take this out and see if we can get a nice recovery down here. So we're pretty close. Just waiting on this last bit to go down. Almost there. Yeah, keep making this lower, but you know, you get the drill. Trying to get down here and target this. 438.17, 438.95. There's another little 439.23. Right there's another one. We're pretty close down here. Almost down there. So right down here. So I put those little red lines right here. I'll turn them green. Just down in here looking to buy this. So if you watch down below here, let's go to a 1 minute here. Half hour's turning bullish. Hourly not turning bullish just yet. Yeah, right there. Just right down in here. What is that right there? 440.15. Yeah, so this S1 right here, looking for a big giant rejection right here. $439.23. Yeah, right there. I'll get some bear music going here. Hold on. Hold on a second here. Oh, yeah, baby. Uh-oh. You get trapped in that right there, in that candle? Woof. Woo. Bears taking it all back. Bears taking back. Hold on here. Turn this down a little bit. It's a little loud in my ear. Bears taking back everything from the close yesterday and then some off of Spoos. Still a little bit left over here. Let me get back. Let's see if I can bring this over here. Hold on here. We can look right over here. Taking back most of the day yesterday. So currently price sits right in here. Price is not seen since yesterday. Right at what time here? 9:46. Looking to get that last little eraser of yesterday down here at that 439.23, 438.94 down below, and then you've got this Valhalla down here, pre-market low, down at 438.17. Just coming back over here. Target is 438.95. Blood coming down right now. Remember these two down here, 438.17, 437.57. Hold on here. Woo. No retest of S1 above as of yet. Small retest here. Big green bar. Some violence. Trying to get down and smash into the entire move from yesterday. Another squeezing bar right here. I'm not in any trade right now. I got stopped out like 3 times, made like 4 cents. So I got no wants or need here to trade this. But I am looking for some kind of a reversal coming up down in this target area. So we can get that V-shaped recovery or not. So we can get some more beer music going here. I'm going to actually extend this to the upside. Right there. Flat for me right now. HYG working on its bottom from earlier at 74.36, trying to trade 74.21 to the downside. Dixie get wicked bullish right now. NASDAQ almost closed its gap down below. The gap is actually at 14.917. Got one quick tag of that 14.921. It's got a little bit more cleaning up to do down below. Apple Still has not hit 176.10. Has not hit 175.57. VIX breaking through that first target of 1662. Its next target to the upside for VIX. What here? It's got a gap above to close at 1688. $16.96. See if there's anything else I got to see here. Yeah, that looks about right. 16.96. So cool 17. Cool 17 on VIX wants to get snagged. VIX is coming into, on a 15-minute, it's coming into some resistance at its gap to fill, but it's got another, like, it can push up to that 16.69. Then that's 16.96 on VIX. Apple's kind of parked right at its opening price right now. See if the bears can get one more quick flush here. So one more quick flush would be nice. If we can get down here and just get this one last flush to the downside. NASDAQ breaching right now, closing its gap finally on a 5-minute. Its next target down is 14,784. Pretty steep drop off for NASDAQ if we can get down there. That's a big one. So that would be a giant move for NASDAQ. Trading 439.33 right now. Nice capitulation move here for SPOOs. So we can get some more music here. Try that one. I mean, shoot, we're already down there. You might as well take out 437, right? And look at that down there. That thing's beautiful. 437.34. And if this is the target here, you might as well go all the way down, right? Might as well take out the whole entire thing. It's not the same song, is it? No, it's not the same song. That's good. Dixie squeezing higher right now. Dixie trading 103.85. Extreme bullishness on Dixie right now. NASDAQ with a buy down below here. 4 more minutes left for bears to get one more big blast down. Hopefully we can get one more fat red candle right here. Next 5 minutes or so. And just blast that right down right there. Excuse me. Tesla just hanging out down here doing nothing. Tesla had their low at 10:30. They're making their way higher right now. The VIX coming into its first resistance on a 15-minute here at 1667. Make that even bigger there. It's getting really close down here. See this right here? Really close down here. Hold on a second, I gotta turn this shit off. Like trying to look for a dip buy here. Look at that, 441 C's. Currently trading 30 cents. I'd like to see one more like fast ripper straight down and then grab it. For this kind of a move higher here to S1. Not in them right now, but I want to see if we can catch a seller off guard down here. Just going to catch a fast bounce. Well, I think it can go all the way down to S2. I'm watching Dixie right now, and it is ugly. Dixie's nasty right now. VIX being bought, Tesla being bought, Apple with more downside to go. Apple starting to break its support from pre-market yesterday. Oh, come on, man. Just go down, dude. Stop touchy. Oh, there. Oh, we got the touchy right there. There it is. Come on down there, baby. Hit that target. Hit that target. HYG coming down now to close. There should be a giant ripper to the downside here. I got this as a target, but this is very possible right here. Just a heads up. There is a larger target down below. And that's if HYG can close that entire gap down there. It looks like it can, so we'll do this as a target down below too. quick bounce here, just heads up down here. I want you to see this. This is the entire move from yesterday, bouncing off that right now. So this exact spot was the exact move from yesterday. 439.11. I want you to see it right here at bottom of my screen down below. You can see this green right here. It's kind of where a bull wants to consider buying a bottom. Long 441 for 29 cents. Dude, they gave me 1 penny for that move right there. That's fucking bullshit. It's not bullshit. It's saying that this is just a squeeze. Trading 31 right now. Means this doesn't mean shit. Trading 32 on 441. Oh, God, seriously. Fucking dude, like, if we turn into this part of the day where it's going to be sideways or anything, I'm gonna stop trading. Like, caught that shit perfect right there. And I'm down a penny. Caught that perfect. Actually caught this bar right here. Caught that bar right there. And I'm down 2 pennies right now. He literally caught the bottom of that bar. Down 2 pennies right now. Up a penny. Dude, seriously, pay these fucking calls. Trading 32. They're not squeezing shit off right now. Reason I've got this white box so high is because of S1 specifically. What I don't want to see is this up here. So what I don't want, or not don't want to see, but what I'm looking for, the reason I drew this box so big was because I want to see if this line comes down here. And you get some kind of garbage like this, and then you get the roll down off S1 right here. Gonna move that over. Don't need that. That's just from yesterday. Slide that over so we can see it. Long calls here for a retracement. I'm going to be trying to take the money somewhere up in here. Trading 34 right now. Got a sell order in for 36, or excuse me, 38. So we'll see if I can catch 38 right now. Trading 37. Come on, baby. 39, I'm out. I'm out right here. You might want to stay in a little bit longer. Take that right there. I don't want to deal with this bullshit reversal stuff. Trading 38 right now. I'm flat. I already took my money and ran. Scalped the fuck out of that, didn't I? This was bullshit down here, though. This was straight bullshit down here. Like, I caught that fucking thing right fucking there. Like, bam. And they were like, "Yeah, we're gonna go up and pay you 27 cents now." I'm like, "You fucking liars." So just be careful of this S1 up here. And then the last point I would make to you would be, if this is reversing, if that is bottom, I don't think that it is, I'll be honest with you. I think we roll again. Could be wrong on that, but don't get caught in this area here. Don't, whatever you do, don't get caught doing this shit. So grind you out if you're in cash market. All this here will grind you out in cash market. Oh, let me show you that. See, that's, look at that sweet, sexy. Look at that sweet, sexy little. Now, I want to show you this. So, perfect little dip buy down here to the pin. See it right there? Watch my cursor. Now, what's important here, right? It's 12:09, 20 minutes for bulls. This is a 30-minute candle right here, right? So bulls, you know, they want to get up here, right? This is 440, 40. Right? So let's take a look at that really quick. So let's say they get the green bar. Let's just say they get all this green. Right? Let me clear all this shit out. So right in here, this is 440. Let me snap a line here and see where it is. What is that up there? 440.38. So let's go to the Weeble chart. So 440.38, right? Right there. I know it's not up here anymore, but just keep your eyes right here on this next like 20 minutes, but keep your eyes just in here, that half-hour candle. Look to find out if there's rejection here on the half hour. So at 12:30-ish, 12:30. Come on there. Right around 12:30, right up in here, like right here. Let's see what happens on that break up in here. Here's the trigger screen. Here's the big green bar. Looking to see if there's any kind of rejection here in the next 20 minutes. Watch that line come down and try to get the reversal to the downside for the bears. Doo-doo-doo. Nice little V-shape recovery here. It doesn't mean anything. What talk about the rejection 445? Didn't talk about it. Doesn't mean anything. No meaning right now. The only thing that I'm looking for is 450. I'm looking for a rejection at 450. I'm assuming that the rejection at 445 has more to do with the implied move on NVDA. That's the idea there. The only other thing the thing that concerns me more is DXY, the dollar. I'm concerned with that. But I think we trade 450 still. No, it has more to do with like NVDA. So it doesn't have anything to do with. I should have stayed in those 441s. No real conviction. My view is that we trade that 445, 450, and then we roll it down and hit that weekly trigger at 427, then find out what's going on. The big key here is, do we get above 450? Like that's the one. Like that's if we get above 450. Here, let's talk about. Let's look at a chart here. Like nothing's changed even from yesterday. I drew that big line saying you'd have a low in today and stuff. Get the high up there. We actually got extra high from NVDA, and now we're down here again. I think we said 11 a.m. to have a low in the market, or 10 a.m., but it's now what time? Yeah, it's 12 o'clock. It's 2 hours later. It's still pretty good. We're going to talk about Jerome Powell for tomorrow, what to expect from him. We talked about it yesterday, and we should get up here and trade this right here. We should trade this 440.38, I think I said. 440.38, I think that's what I said. Let's put that up there real quick. 440.38, wherever that is. You'll then see us come down here and consolidate. Or should. Should be something like this. Gonna bounce back down. This kind of garbage. What's my take on SPOOs? It's still going higher. It's not done. And I think that, or not think that, but I want you to realize that there's two things to realize about Jerome. Number one, the vol comes off the market once he's done speaking tomorrow. Number two is, what do you expect from Jerome to say? So, should have fucking stayed in those calls, man. Trading 47 cents right now. Should have just hung out in them and just stayed in them to like right here. So, So Jerome Powell, right? We've got the vol. Number one, if you're long the market, you are hedged into Jerome Powell's speech. It's the most logical thing that you do, right? The next point would be trading 440.28. If you're going to take some, I'm warning you, take money off. Even if we break above, take the money off. Trust me. Like 9 out of 10 times. Trading 440.32, 430.33. So, Jerome Powell, right? You've got the volatility of that event. You're going to get a volatility crush off that event. The next question, regardless, you're going to get a volatility crush. It's like all that hedging comes off. You might still be bearish, but all those other puts get pulled off unless something negative is said, hawkish is said from Jerome Powell. Now, this morning, early morning, I've been listening to the New York radio station trying to get all these interviewers and what their take is on tomorrow. And it's kind of funny to listen to some of these people. There's like a trading 440.33 right now, 430.36 right now. 37, 38, 42, 40 right there. We'll see if we break above and trade all the way up here. Get rid of this one now. Hit the target. And why are we looking at that, right? I don't know if you guys are paying attention, but we're looking at that because of this half-hour bar right here, right? And I want to show you this. It's all a bear wants, right? It's to break trend, right? So this is trend. Buy, buy, buy. Woohoo! Come down here, and what did we say earlier? Nah, don't buy this. Probably going to fail, right? What did it do? It failed, right? Broke right through. Now, we did buy this whole move here. So what do you do as a bull here is you don't do shit, right? You don't own anything here. Why don't you own anything here? And you don't own anything here. Actually, we tagged it almost perfectly, right? Look at that green bar up there. Right? Why don't we buy this right here? Or why don't we stay long on calls right here? Because you want to wait to see if we can get above and get a reversal right here, okay? So this is the no-go zone for you, right? So if you're going to have a no-go zone, and where would be a go zone? It's going to be above 440.69. Somewhere in there. And that says here this is 440.69, but I'm not a believer in that. So I'm going to go against that right now. Because these aren't exactly EMAs on this. So just watching here. Hold on here. Just watching here if you're a bull. Well, pay attention if you're a bull. So if you're a bull, what you're looking for here is if you're like, hey, Cap, is this over? Are we done going down? You are going to be looking for this to hold. See this right here? You want that to hold. You want to see green bars. Hold on here. You want to see green bars take us up here, come back down, and then squeeze us up, come back down, up, come back down, and then have a continuation higher. You can't get bullish here. I'm going to warn you, you can't get bullish. None of this is bullish here. All this is squeezing bullshit. As we've said before, I said it yesterday, I don't know, 10 times or something, maybe 30 times, something like that. We know that the hourly trigger, is below the daily trigger. We know that price has to test above the hourly trigger, right? Daily trigger, hourly trigger. Price needs to be above both, test both, and continue higher to get bullish, right? We knew this morning that The hourly trigger was down here. Actually, let's find out where it is right now. 442.35. So it's now come down even lower. It's now down by the trigger down here. Hold on, let me get rid of that because in the fucking way. Hourly trigger's now down here. There's the pivot, right? And you're like, hey, Cap, I'm bullish here, right? So this hourly trigger is now negative, okay? Or it was negative earlier. But it is negative, right? So because it's negative, you got crazy sellers here, right? You got sellers above here. You got known sellers here on trend. You've got sellers here at 440.89 and sellers above here at 442.38 or something. You got the intraday pivot. Whenever we're below the intraday pivot, that's negative, right? So you got a bunch of negativity down here. Bulls have a ton of work here to do. Now let's talk about Jerome here for a second. Get back into the Jerome conversation. Now we know we'll have a vol crush heading into tomorrow, unless he says something super hawkish. And this morning I was listening to a bunch of people a bunch of like smart people, or they consider themselves smart. We're talking about Jerome, and it was fascinating because I wonder if these people, if they think they're smart and maybe just dumb people listen to them. Do they say what people want to hear? Do they have an agenda? And it was fascinating because some of these people you could tell had an agenda. You knew they were lying. I knew. I'm like, this guy's lying right here. This guy is just trying to get this guy's out of his fucking mind right now, what he's saying. But you know that it's more, this one guy this morning was probably talking. This one guy was probably talking because he was upside down in NVDA. His firm likely was. And you can't, like, we talk about implied moves, right? Like you get the upside implied move, the downside implied move, unless you have something unknown from your earnings. If you have a good if you have like meet expectation earnings on a company like NVIDIA, Tesla, it's not good enough. You can't trade up into their earnings, have a good earnings, but nothing unknown, and no buybacks aren't good enough. That shit doesn't work. You need like stock split or some unknown news. So you see the huge move up in NVDA in the overnight. It held into the open today. You're going to expect it to come back down, or at a minimum, erase all that move. So you saw that erasing of that move today in NVDA. So bears here, just right here. Let me see if I can get this for you here. Bears here are looking to stay underneath, and they're not doing it right now, are they? Look at them. They're losing. They're losing the downside here. Watch my cursor down below. So they want to get that closing bar. Let me show you that on a 30-minute. I guess they're not losing. They still have it on the 30-minute bar. I'm lying. I'm going to get rid of this so you can see it more clearly. Now, just watch this yellow line right here. This is the important line right here. They don't want to give this up here because we'll be back on trend, right? Next 30-minute bar, they don't want to see that up here, do they? They don't want to see a 30-minute bar in here. They want that big reversal candle, like blood red, huge reversal candle to the downside. Like straight bloodbath is what they're looking for. So saying that, this is down the bottom down here. So saying that they want to see, big reversal here, right? Big giant reversal candle. Bloodbath in here is what they're looking for. They're trying to sell that right there, right now. Now, the event vol comes off tomorrow, right? All that event vol comes off tomorrow. And the conversation that we had yesterday was about how does Jerome act at Jackson's Hole. That's a possessive S, by the way, on the thumbnail. So the question becomes, how does he act at Jackson Hole? And I was quite shocked this morning because I could tell who was lying and who was telling the truth. Even the most hawkish people that were telling the truth had a pretty fair estimate as to what to expect tomorrow from Jerome. Then there were like the clowns that come out, and the clowns that come out are saying just all kinds of nonsense. Now let's talk about his previous rate decisions, and they're a good bellwether. They're a good bellwether. They're a good bellwether in terms of, move that over for you so you can see it. They're a good bellwether in terms of what to expect from him. And if you watch those, if you are like me or most of the people that watch this show, we pay attention to what Jerome says. You know that I'm pretty clear and pretty good on reading what he's saying and the nuance in what he's saying. One of the things that I'm good at is like interpreting what somebody's saying. I might not tell you if I know you personally that I know what you're saying. I might not acknowledge that, but that's different. Now, with this kind of stuff, I'm pretty good at it. Like, better than good. So that's like one small thing in my, like, forget ego and stuff. Like, this is something I'm actually good at. And most of my profession, most of what I did in my job in my life was focused around that kind of stuff. So Jerome has slowly crafted and changed his stance to like this harsh harshness that started in late 2021, middle 2021, and got really like ramped up hawkish into 2022, and slowly as we got into 2023, he's become more neutral and even cracks and signs of dovishness. Now, as we get closer into next year, I'm going to expect that same thing to happen. So if you've got, hold on here. If you have a meter here, here goes those sellers in here. You see that? These guys coming in here right now. These little sneaky Pete's. 12:28 in the morning, right? Half an hour. They want this half-hour bar real bad, right? These sellers want this half-hour bar real bad, like real bad. If you're a seller right now watching this, I assure you that they want this huge half-hour candle to the downside, like bloodbath right here. So, just talking about Jerome. If you're like a clear-minded person, objective person, right? I want you to like think about this idea, this concept that like if we got like a super hawk over here, right? It's a big H. And we got Dove over here. You know, his biggest hawkish days were a long time ago. I'm sorry to say that to you. He became less and less hawkish. And even more recently, he's kind of like, if this is like a zero line right here, like this is zero, he took a victory lap this last time. So like this is like he's at a 1 right now. It's like a 10 over here. He's at a 1 right now. Not quite dovish, but not quite like middle of the road either. He took a pretty big victory lap this last rate decision. And his language has changed. And further to that point, he took almost like a victory lap. He actually pissed off the reporters because they're looking for juice. Like the reporters in that audience that day were looking for juice. They wanted like a juicy statement. They tried to pry him and pry him to bring out like Bear Pow, right? They wanted to bring out ask the trigger questions and trigger him to turn into a super hawk, which they were able to do maybe like 4 or 5 sessions before. Even if he was getting more pause-ish, you could trigger him into being Bear Pow. And that did not happen the last 2 or 3 rate decisions. And more specifically, the most recent rate decision, he wouldn't even entertain answering those questions. And so I'm going to expect more of the same of that tomorrow from Bear Powell, or from Jerome Powell, or Mr. Powell, or President Powell. He could probably run for president, couldn't he? Like Jamie Dimon claims he could be president. I bet you Jerome could. I know some of you would disagree with that, but I guarantee he probably could, and probably have a pretty good run-in. Bring on old Yellen, that he'd lose the ticket because of her being there. Old Yeller. She'd be out there screaming. She's like, I'm not going to be quiet about that. So, but you're not going to expect Jerome to come out. Like, some people are like, one guy I listened to this morning is like, oh, it's super hawk tomorrow. And I'm like, I don't think so. He usually at these things, if he's already hawkish, you get hawk bear, or you get hawk Powell. When he was on that meter that I showed you, when he was being hawkish, he was hawkish at at Jackson's hole. So I'm going to expect him to be more in line with what his rate decision was. So I don't think you get, maybe you get some comment on, we have more work to do. That was the conversation yesterday, was he has to make the market believe and make people believe that he's going to pause and hire for longer, even though we know that he's not. And the reason, why does he have to do that? Or I guess if you're a bull listening right now, if you're like a market bull listening right now, do you know why? Do you know why he has to say that? And the reason he has to say that is for the market to continue higher. Now, bulls don't want to hear that. They don't want to hear that it's pausing and maybe higher for longer. Like we're pausing, we're not going to cut, and there's a looming threat of rate hikes in the future, even though they're not there. The more he talks like pause and rate cuts, the more bearish it is, believe it or not. I know you don't believe that. I know that like 50% of you don't believe that. I got bears out there that believe a rate cut's going to make the market squeeze higher. Maybe briefly, but it should roll over in a big way. Now, Jerome here has he's in a really weird place. He's done a ton of damage to the economy. Forget the numbers from this morning. He's got the dual mandate and that kind of stuff, but he's got good numbers this morning, right? That's gonna say, hey, look, I'm doing my job and I got great jobs out there. Everything is honky-dory, even though we know that it's not. We know that it's not honky-dory out there. We know there's actual damage being done out there. We had a long conversation yesterday about realtors and buyers and sellers. We had long conversations about employment, wage. We already know that wage. Matter of fact, another story broke this morning about wage inflation, and we talked about that last week or the week before on this program, and the week before that, and the week before that, when it came to FedEx and UPS and the UAW. I think for 4 weeks we've been talking about the unions and what they're asking for. So you guys already know all this shit. We've been talking about this before it even happens, right? So the key point here, though, is this, that Jerome is coming into the end of his hiking cycle. And the moment that it's believed that he's going to cut rates, we should get a market roll. And where does he want that roll? You have to think from his perspective, where does he want that roll? Does he want that roll at 439 or 426 or 23? I think there's sellers out there that believe that. They're out of their fucking minds. I'm going to tell you right now. They're out of their fucking minds. if they think that's real. They're truly out of their minds. They're smoking crack. If you're a seller here thinking that that's really what he wants to do, you're out of your mind. So he knows it's going to sell. So it's going to sell from where he wants it to sell, not from what you think he's going to do at fucking Jackson's Hole. It's going to happen down the road, and it's going to happen at a price that he feels comfortable with. If he's trying to sell, or if he knows he's going to sell the market, he's going to want to sell it at 47 or 4,800, and it's going to be on his terms or get front run. It's not going to get front run at 456. I apologize. I already made this video, man, like 4 weeks ago. I told you before Mike Burry came out to expect Mike Burry to come out. I said you're going to expect the Mike Burrys to come out. You're going to expect all these big-time, long-term bears to come out and tell you that this is the top. And you're going to hear him say it 3 or 4 times. You're going to hear him say it as we get up to the previous high. You're going to hear him come out and say it again when we trade 472 and 480. All he has to do, and guys like him, that guy right there, right, can come out and say it as we approach all-time highs 3 or 4 times, and even when we roll up there, you'll remember him as being the top caller, which is still bullshit because we all know it. I know it. You know it. Everybody else knew it before it even happened. And in that fucking video that next day, he came out at like 9 in the morning and sure enough said something. So it was like kind of hilarious to have him out there coming out because it's so stupid. It's like it's like you consider this guy the smartest guy in the world, and yet we know what's coming before it even happens, right? So he's not that much of a rocket scientist like you think, right? So you'll just look back in 6 months and say, oh, look, he called it 4 times as we approached all-time highs. And look, we got the roll at 480. Took a few times, but that guy's a rocket scientist. We already know this stuff before it even happens. Now, do I think that Mike Burry's going to beat Jerome Powell with this happening? Fuck no. Fuck no. Mike Burry doesn't have shit on Jerome Powell. I'm sorry. No offense to you out there, but he doesn't. So you're going to get these people, these powerful people, that when they know it's going to happen, they're going to try to be doing it at like 4,800. Why? Why, right, is the big question. Why, Cap? Why is it 48 or 4,700? Why is it there, Cap? And I'm going to tell you why. The reason being is, oh man, look at this. They're going to try to rip the fuck out of this V-shaped recovery. So why is that? It's because they don't want to sell this market at 43 to 42.30. They want to sell it at 48 to give them the buffer that they need. So when the market rolls, like seriously, truly rolls, that they have buffer. They don't want to go. They can go from 48 down to 3,500. They can go to 36, 38, 42, 4,000. And they have some safety. They've got a buffer. Everyone's happy. You can say, "Oh, look at that. We had our recession crash. I'm crying over here. It was terrible." You know, and all you're doing is coming back down to retest that low at 3,500 at worst case scenario. Some of you out there think that Jerome wants to fucking sell the market at 4,200, start the process of rate cuts in the roll right now, and that Jerome wants to trade 2,600 or 1,600 or some stupid low like 28 or 32. He doesn't want to do that. Why does he not want to do that? Because he doesn't want the risk associated with trading that and not having that downside buffer, creating an actual crash. Creating an actual crash where the selling gets out of control, it trades down to 26, 1,600, something stupid like that. If he's doing it at 4,800, he's like, I got 1,300 points. I can spit it out. You get what I'm saying? Now, I'm not saying that Jerome is right in this. I'm not saying to you that Jerome is going to be correct in this. What I am going to tell you is that these fucking people think they are the smartest people in the world. They think they're the most powerful, smartest people in the world. And they think that they can do this. And I'm telling you, I can prove it to you. Because they did it in 2020 during the crash, or excuse me, in 2020 during the COVID crash, they tried to step in. So they did, right? We got this. They did it again when they came out in 2021 in December, and then through 2022 trying to knock off each leg from each sector of this market. When they were cleaning house in spec growth, when they were cleaning house from sector to sector. So to think that Jerome's not going to attempt to maintain that soft landing, you're out of your fucking mind, in my view. You're out of your mind. And you're out of your mind if you think he's going to show up tomorrow to this interview and he might say some hawkish stuff, but not the hawkish stuff you're looking for. You get what I'm saying? Just like NVIDIA, it has to be bigger than the expectation. Not good enough. Do you get what I'm saying? Squeeze and I are now trading up into 440.80 right now. So unless he comes out and says something that's unexpected, you're fucked as a seller. Telling you right over this live stream right now. You're fucked. You lose. And I think you do lose. I do think that you get the big roll in October. I do think you get the bigger roll in February. The major, we're going to start cutting rates by summer and all that kind of stuff. But I think what they're going to do is they're going to steal your cheese. They're going to steal your glory. And all you're going to do when this shit finally rolls over, look at me closely. Look at me in this camera right now. I'm going to tell you something. When this rolls back down in that time frame, right, and you don't get the lows that you think are coming, you're going to come back publicly on your Twitter, on your Wall Street Bets, on your Stock Twits, on your YouTube channel, and you're going to say the fraud continues or some bullshit like that. And you're going to lose again. And meanwhile, you should have bought that bottom at 3,500, and you'll rebuy that bottom again, right? Or wherever it is, 36, 38, 4,000, I don't care. And you're going to see money get deployed. And the fascinating part about this is, as we trade up there to that 40 at that 3,800, right? And you're going to see the actual talk of rates being cut. You're going to see those home owners that are going to come out of their shell. This is Main Street USA. These people are going to come out of their shell. They're going to hear and know this. They're going to start to believe this bullshit. And they're the ones that are going to buy these bags on 3,800. They're going to buy all these bags. They're going to think everything is over. They're going to roll this shit down on them and make them the bag holders. You get what I'm saying? So you need people to believe that. You need people to believe that rate cuts are coming. Situation solved. You're not going to get that with Jerome being hawkish. The more dovish he becomes heading into this new year is when you actually create the trap for bag holders. You get what I'm saying? You got to make these people believe this stuff. So I kid you not, like you have to create these people. So I want you to know that. I want you to know that into the springtime. And then when you start to get the dovish Jerome, right? The dovish Jerome, and this is the one that tricks basically the stupid people. The stupid people on Main Street. They get tricked. Then they roll this thing down. It happens every single time. Now, get COVID out of the way in this, but normal market up and downs, like normal corrections, normal crashes, that's how it happens. It's never on a low. We're still on a low. We're still not on a high. You get what I'm saying? You want exuberance from these people. There was no exuberance heading up into 456. You need exuberance. You need, oh yeah, this is over. Everything is great. Until you get that, you're not getting it. And so my point to you would be, if you are a bear looking for that, it's likely going to be much higher. And I would limit your downside expectations. If you're that person that's like, it's going to be, okay, Cap, I'm with you on the 4,800. or the 4,700, but I'm still bearish here. If you're looking for that moment of the fraudulent market like 2008, you might get it. But you can't trade that. You can't have that conviction. There's nothing saying that. We haven't even broken trend yet for that to happen. We haven't broken upside trend yet. We're still in the upside channel going up. There's nothing technically saying that you're right. Nothing. There ain't nothing technically in this market saying you're right. There's some stuff saying you could be right. Dixie, man. Dixie is like ugly as sin. But even so, if Dixie squeezes, brings us down to 426, and then Dixie gets sold down to the depths of hell, it's a lot of room, right? Dixie gets up to 106, 107. We're only trading 427. Here we go. There's the new run to the upside. So I would be very wary. You're trying to fight a guy out there that doesn't want you to get that 2,600 or 1,600, that doom and gloom that you consume, that you're reading, that you're fucking shoving down your throat all day long. He's fighting you. And you think he's going to be on your side. He's not going to be on your side. They're going to try to fight it the entire way. Now, can it happen? Sure. I would be trading it from level to level if it happens, if you get that fraud trade. But I don't think you get it. I don't think you get it. I don't think you get it. I don't think you get it like willingly. I don't think you get it willingly. So I think you get it. I don't think you get it from here. I think you get it from higher up. And that is like a story as old as time. It happens on a 1 minute chart, a 5 minute chart. Happens all the time on a fucking hourly chart. You don't quite get what you want. It's like a line you should write down in your trading journal. You're not quite getting what you think you're getting. You know, and sometimes you do. Sometimes you actually do. 2008, we got it right. But that's not something that you trade. It's not something that you plan on. Mike Burry planned on that, right? He missed hundreds of millions of dollars. Hundreds. For years. 7 years. Like 7 long years of 7 long years of him just losing. And then had to take more money just to break even. DCA. That's what he was doing. He was fucking DCAing. So eventually he was right. So you can't trade it. You and I, you're retail, you can't trade that. You have to believe that Jerome is not going to give that satisfaction to you tomorrow. You have to believe that Jerome is not going to be talking this market down from 427 or even 4. What was the low this week? You think at 433, you think down here he's going to talk this market down? You're out of your fucking mind. You're out of your mind. So right where we are today, right here. Where we are right here, right? Do you think he's going to talk this market down tomorrow? Fuck no. He's not going to disturb the market. And when that vol comes off of that interview tomorrow, with him not disturbing the market, you don't have a lot of reasons to go down. So I'm against this whole concept. So because I was listening to some of these interviews this morning, I'm like, people are out of their fucking minds. Some of what they're saying, and they're out of their minds. Out of their minds. We're coming into a seasonally weak part of the year. Fall. We're coming into a seasonally really weak part of the year. Late winter. We're coming down to the seasonally bottom of our market in late spring of 2024. These are known. He knows this. You think he wants to amplify that? You're out of your fucking minds again. You really are. He knows this is coming. He doesn't have to do anything for that to happen. If anything, he has to do nothing, and then in the worst part of that period, he can come out and say we cut rates. Market will roll down, and he can kill two birds with one stone. This would also, the other part of this conversation is your thesis being that he wants to crash this market here right now, right? Let's say you say that. Yeah, we want to crash the market. Jerome wants to crash this market right here. Right where we are, that's what Jerome's plan is. He should just cut rates right now, shouldn't he? Just cut them. Just come out today and be like, tomorrow and be like, we're cutting rates. Emergency rate cut today. That would make sense. It would be logical. You understand what I'm saying? Or maybe you're expecting rate cuts in December. Like, ask a seller. Ask your favorite seller. Are you expecting rate cuts in September? Are you expecting rate cuts in December? Because then that would make sense to me. I'd be with you. I'd be like, yeah, I get you. Okay, so we're going down here because they're cutting rates. They're going to tell you no. They're never going to tell you that. A seller's never going to tell you, no, I'm expecting that. I'm expecting rates to go up to 20%, and we're going to crash. Right? So none of this argument really makes any sense. You know, like this, you can't be arguing all these different points and then be taking all the worst answers. It's just not how it happens, ever that way. So this one guy this morning was talking, and I was like, this guy's out of his fucking mind. He's like crazy. Like, I don't think he's crazy. I think he has a motivation. That's about it. I'm like, this guy's trying to make money somewhere. He has an ulterior motive for what he's saying this morning. It's your job as a retailer to understand and decipher what is real and what is not. And the implications of this stuff. I'm going to leave you with this last part of the implications of this stuff. If you think that Jerome Powell wants to crash this fucking market at 433 today and then continue on with seasonal down coming and risk going below 3,500 and then start trading like 2,800s and 26s, 16s and all that kind of stuff. I mean, you're talking about what? You're talking about the bull case being over for 2024, 2025, likely 2026. Somewhere in there, some recovery in there. I don't think that's his job to do that. I don't think that's part of his mandate to do that. I think for him to walk away and say, I did my job, if we bounced on 35, he'd be like, hey, I did great. Look at that. I stopped it in 2022, and we got a confirmation down here, and we're going to continue on down the road. So I disagree with that whole entire concept. As a matter of fact, he'd look even better if we traded that 48, slammed down, traded 4,000, 3,800 at the worst, caught a bounce on 38, right? He announces rate cuts way up there. We roll down. You'll hear everyone out there saying, why is the market crashing while he just announced rate cuts? You're going to see people out there right before that roll. You're going to see people out there buying homes. Then their homes are going to lose value, right? They're going to be like, we're not buying, but selling. They're going to be like, I'm selling my house. And they're going to panic, lower the prices of their houses. He's going to get the housing prices down that way. And then you're going to get the actual bottom in the marketplace. And, you know, the rate cuts will be done, and boom, we restart another bull run. You know what I'm saying? Housing prices are down. All these people sold their homes. And they bought into something else that's overpriced. And they're now the bag holders. So outside of something like, oh, should I take some puts here? Hold on a second here. I got some 438s here. We'll see if we can get one more down move over here. Get some 438s. Looking for that target right there, 438.17. Long 438p. So I don't think you get that. I don't think you get the Jerome like super hawk tomorrow. I don't think you get this Jerome super hawk. I don't think that you get the what you're looking for here. Now, saying all of that, saying that whole entire diatribe, right? What are your expectations? Where do you think things are going? We still have that looming weekly trigger down below. And that 450 area, showed it to you guys earlier today. Showed you guys this morning those two places above, right? The first one, I believe, is 450, 448 to 450. And the next one is, let me look at it right now, see if we can find it again. It's 448.04 to 450.89. And the next band is 456.34 to 458.68. So if you see that, even if you see that roll down into weekly at 427, I'm just going to still expect that bounce higher and trade that 456. And believe it or not, trade 356 to 466.04 into end of quarter. Believe it or not, into end of quarter. Time's running out for bulls. They're losing their time, man. They really are. So the one other thing I would say to this would be I'm really fascinated at that 448 to see what happens. Does that get a rejection, or do we break above it? Is there any kind of catalyst? That would be that. Remember when I showed you the last quarter when the bulls actually stepped in and reversed it to the upside? That would be another catalyst price action to see a major reversal to the upside to close out the quarter green. Trading 19 right now in 438Ps. So we'll pay attention to this closely. We're going to watch this closely and see how this works itself out. Hang tight here for a minute. Let's see if we can get a confirmation down bar here. So right here, I just want to see if we can get this reversal to the downside. So we can get this here. I want to see like a nice rejection here. Go way lower right there. So hold on here. Gotta be careful with this trade. Target right here. So I don't see it. Like I don't see the Jerome. I see the Jerome getting more and more dovish. So let's say we have a zero line and we have -10 is super hawk, right? And let's say we're at +1 right now. My expectation here is you're going to see him become more and more dovish over the next months. You're going to see like a +1 the last meeting, right? The next meeting you're going to see +2, and you're going to see +3 and +4 and +5. And as we get closer to that +10, right? When we get to that +10, guess where the market should be? Down. Right? So the only question that is left is, where does that start? Does it start at that 465? Does it start at 480? 472, 480? In the timing of it. Because I don't see the rate. I think the rate cuts at best. At best are like late spring, early summer. Now, this runs into one other thing. One other huge thing. And that would be like option 3. You're not going to get the option 1 or 2 where he's cutting rates or he's raising rates. Option 3 is where he tries to shift over into this this bullshit from like we're actually going to hold rates here at 7.5%, and we're gonna raise over time. We're just going to slow down those raising of rates. The one big fly in that ointment is politics, and if you think you're going to treat the United States like the 1950s, 60s, and 70s, I have something really sad to tell you. The greed in this country is out of fucking control. It is absolutely criminal how much greed there is in this country. And it has become a monster. Started back in 1978. It got disgusting in the 1990s, especially with the tax code. The tax code was changed in the late 60s, started in the 60s and then the 70s. And then the full-on grossness continued in the 90s. Continued in the 80s, too, with Reagan. And it's only gotten worse. And when you ask me, what do I think about that, right? Like, hey, Cap, what do you think? Do you think they're going to reform that? No. I'm going to give you a few reasons why I say no to that. One, if you remember back when they had, I don't know if it was Drunken Miller or it was some old guy who was on CNBC, and he said on CNBC, I forget his name, and I forget his name right now, but he was on CNBC and he had a big story. He was on like CNN, he was on CNBC, and he was like, never in history, we're so grossly, or it was Ford PEs are disgusting, and it's out of control. PEs are out of control, and all these people trying to run up PE ratios. And I showed you a chart going back to the 70s, and right at that moment is when they bought the bottom on S&P 500 and Qs. That was in October. Right on the PE line. There's like this line that goes straight up and to the right, and he bought it too. And they haven't stopped buying that line going up since 1978. That was the bottom of the line right there. And they bought it. They fucking bought it. And they're going to buy it again. Another reason is because they're still committing money. They're still pumping money into the system. They're performing QE quietly. Now they say they have a credit crunch, right? You're the poor person. You make $300K a year or less. You've got an 800 credit score. You still have a credit crunch, right? Well, they don't have a credit crunch for hedge funds. They're still loaning money to these hedge funds to pour into the stock market. So they're crunching you, but they're not crunching themselves. So the greed is not left. Do you understand? And so when you are looking at the Fed trying to say, well, we're going to be like the 1950s again, right? What are they going to run into once the fall comes? Presidential election time, right? They're going to run into greed. They're going to run into Democrats and Republicans, and I know that you think that they care about you, but they don't. They're the world's best traders. They're the world's best investors. They care about one thing and one thing only. What is that? Greed in power. And they will never give it up unless it is taken from them or they break some shit. Do you understand what I'm saying? So they got to break shit. It's their market. It's their money. And they will run it until it breaks. That's what they'll do. And that circles right back around to Jerome. Now, if you're out there a trader, a seller, or a doomer, or a crash person, or like, not crash, but like burning tires in New York person, you can get that, but it's not going to be, you're not going to get that from their actions or what they're trying to do. You get what I'm saying? Trading 24 cents right now on puts. You're not going to get it from them. It's theirs. So they're going to try to milk it for everything it's worth. They're going to try to abuse it. They're going to try to squeeze it of all its money. They're going to try to buy every one of those bottoms and bring it up. You know what I'm saying? So if I'm a market maker, I'm a bank, let's say I start buying NVDA at $100 or 300, right? I get my 150%, my 300%. I'm going to then sell it. I'm going to drain it down to not zero, but, 150 again. And then I'm going to buy it again, right? Now, that doesn't mean NVIDIA can't trade $10. That means they broke it, right? Oh, dude, this sucks, man. That whole move right there. Taking 21 cents. That whole move right there. That was bullshit. They made like 5 pennies on that move. That whole entire fucking move right there. Maybe I wasn't at 12. I don't know if I wasn't at 12 cents or 17 cents. I got to look. Flat right now. Looking for another trade lower up here. We'll look for one more right here and see if we can get this. And then that. Just like that right there. So, I don't know, man. I mean, I get the argument. I just don't think it's where you think it is. That's my key takeaway here. It's not where you think it is. I think you're early. It's kind of like trying to buy a dip, a bottom, right? Trying to buy a bottom over here. Right? Same concept, right? Boom. Okay, bought a bottom, right? And what are we doing now? We're not quite done, are we? And so, like, not quite down yet, right? And same thing goes for the top. You want to, like, point your finger and be like, that was the top and we're never going back there again. I disagree with you. I fully disagree with you. And who's on my side? The Fed. And you know who else is on my side? More than likely, of the big players, enough of them that they want to abuse it, but they don't want to break it either. They can break it, but they likely don't want to break it either. I don't think that's the intent. Never has been the intent. There's never been an intent to break it. So if it breaks, yeah, it can break. Is it something that they're planning to do? No. No, they're not. They think they're the smartest people in the world. They have the biggest egos in the world. They are like the biggest narcissists. They're sociopaths. They're full on like Hannibal Lecters. These people are like the most ruthless, evil people you'll ever meet. Ever. You think like the CEO you know is evil? These fucking people are like the pinnacle of thinking they're the smartest guy in the room, the world. Forget the room, the entire world. Hey, I want to tell you the last part here. I want to tell you that this is a good. Someone just made a comment right now. I'm going to tell you the last part here. That was the flinch for me. This is the part that really bugged me in the ass. Of everything I just said to you, the one thing that just bugged my ass, like really, really fucking bugged my ass, was that wage shit. That wage shit, I know no matter what I read on Bloomberg, no matter what I listen to on Bloomberg, no matter what I see on CNBC, no matter what I see on FinTwit, no matter what you're saying to me, I'm going to tell you the thing that really burned my ass. Now, I would love to see 1,600. I'd like to see 2,600. I don't know a bull. I know very wealthy people in my life, okay, that would not blink to see that number. They'd be stoked, as happy as they could be. But the thing that rubbed me wrong, like rubbed my ass, was watching wages from smart people that are negotiating for those higher wages. And that's the one that's got my ass burned. When you start to see every major union in the United States saying, we want to renegotiate for $200K a year, $175K a year. My wife was just offered a position, a higher position for more money. Low money on the totem pole, right? They probably laid off someone above her that was at peak pinnacle making money. So they just laid off likely her new boss. Let's say her new boss was making $100 an hour and my wife is making 60, right? So they're cleaning out these old workers, right? But they're paying more to a lot of these new workers and they're renegotiating for higher pay across the board to new workers. So I'm bothered by that. Why am I bothered by that? Bothered by that because there's writing on the wall saying that they are going to be wrong. Okay? And if wages are going to get renegotiated to $200,000 a year, guess what goes up? Guess what goes up? The fucking stock market. Do you understand? Like 5 years, 10 years, you can't have an entry-level worker making $175,000 a year and not think that Wall Street's not going to try to take that money away from them. They are the most greediest, ruthless people out there. You got to be out of your mind if you think that I'm going to have a tenant or an Airbnb tenant make a low, no offense to you out there, but if you're like a UPS driver and you're making $175,000 a year, $150,000, you're out of your fucking mind if you don't think I'm going to charge you more to stay in my Airbnbs. If you think I'm going to let you keep that money, you're out of your fucking mind. That is the real deal. So if I'm taking that money, guess who's going to want that money before me? Do you know? The banks. They don't want me taking that money from you. They want to get it out of your hands before I get it. Guess who else is going to want that money? Apple, Tesla, Dick's Sporting Goods, CVS, your grocery store, your county government, your state government, your federal government. They're all going to want that money from you. They're going to be out there with their hands telling you they want their money. And that means out of control inflation. It means out of control wage inflation, right? And it also means that you have to reprice the stock market, right? If the dollar is not worth as much, that's what's going to happen. And the scariest part about this, is it reminds me of, what is it called? Children of the Yen or something? What's the name of that fucking documentary? I think it was called Children of the Yen. I could be wrong. Sons of the Yen? I don't know. And it went into what happened in Japan. U.S. hedge funds blew up trying to short the Japanese markets. They didn't believe that rent in Japan could go to $30,000 or $50,000. And that is what happened. That is what happened in Japan. And it didn't stop. And it raged for, a decade and a half, I think, somewhere in there. And, and you got Americans, like smart Americans saying that won't happen. And so I was talking to a friend last night, and I was like, what's really scary is my kids will likely have to deal with that. My children, if my children are looking at an entry-level worker making $175,000 a year, what does that mean for an engineer? What does that mean for a doctor? What does that mean for an attorney? There's two things. If I was one of those people, I'd be scared. I need to make, if this guy's making $175 a year, I must make $400. If I was a business owner that hired engineers, I would be planning right now, what am I going to do in 5 years? What am I going to be charging for my goods or services? What am I going to have to pay these high-level workers? Those are big questions for 5 or 10 years from now. And what does that say about our stock market? Where will it be in 5 or 10 years? I'll tell you, 8,000, 10,000, 15,000. Think I'm joking? I'm not joking. You know, something insane like that. And the crazy part about that wage stuff is these are locked-in contracts. They don't send the stock market down to 1,600 and then renegotiate wages. They're going to come back in 5 years and say to these people, these UPS workers or FedEx workers or UAW workers or any other union out there, sorry, man, we're paying you $175,000 a year. Now we're going to knock that down to 50 again. You get what I'm saying? So the next 5 to 10 to 15 years, I assure you right now, you're going to look back in the next 5 or 10 years, you're going to look back where we are right now in this stock market. I'm going to tell you, if you see entry-level workers making $150,000, $200K a year, you ain't going to see this stock market trading 16, 2,600, anything even close to that number. Yeah, it's wage price spiral. You're not going to see it. I assure you. I'll bet anybody out there $100,000 right now you won't see that. You're out of your fucking minds if you think people are going to be making $200K a year at a minimum, or let's call it 150. Imagine a McDonald's worker making $100K a year. You see a McDonald's worker making $100,000 a year. That's out of control, right? Out of fucking control. Dude, last night I drove by a what the fuck was the name of that place? I drove by last night. What was that name of that place? It's some fast food restaurant. They had a sign outside. It said $19 an hour where I live. If that was LA, it'd be like 30, right? Like $30 an hour to work in a fast food joint in certain parts of the country. Like, that's no joke. That is no joke. no joke. Yeah, I think it's very dangerous. Like my point here too is like when you stop listening to all the shit you're consuming out there, right? There's an entire movement. There's a whole part of Main Street USA. It's not the stock market where they're raising wages. Like, this is happening. You can't argue it. You can't say it's not happening. Like, you can say it's not happening, but the facts are that it's happening. And the fact is that it is happening. The fact is that a majority of Americans are fighting and working towards that higher hourly or yearly salary, and they're winning. They're actually winning. So if they're winning, it doesn't look good. It looks like greed down the road. And if you get into that presidential election, they're gonna fucking lie their asses off. You know, you're gonna have someone running for that. I watched the debate last night too. Did any of you guys watch the debate last night? Let me know in the chat if you watched the debate last night. Did any of you guys watch the debate last night? Now, I want full disclosure. I'm not a Republican, but I'm not really the Democrat people like either. I'm kind of like the Democrat that people hate. I'm very issue by issue kind of a person. Like this, that. I look at things issue by issue. But I watched that debate last night. It was bizarre. I thought it was bizarre. I thought the whole thing was bizarre. I'm fascinated to see if the Democratic debate is as bizarre. I thought it was bizarre. What did you guys, if you're a Republican out there, say something in the chat. What did you think of the debate last night? I thought it was bizarre. I thought it was really weird. It's like, what the fuck am I watching right now? I watched it late night too. I was up till like 1:30, 2:30 in the morning watching that shit. I went back and watched the replay of it. I didn't get to watch it when it was happening, but I did watch the replay of it on YouTube. Did any of you guys, if you're a Republican, did you watch it? I thought the whole thing was bizarre. I watched what Trump had to say, too. I did watch that, too. I watched that pre-recorded Trump message. Now, Trump, you know what's bizarre for me at Trump? I wasn't actually watching his pre-recorded speech, but I did listen to it, and he sounded very old to me. And I was kind of shocked. It kind of like triggered. I was like a hold on a second. I gotta drink some water. I'm losing my voice. I was listening to Trump, and for a moment I was like, wait a minute. I was like, who's speaking right now? I was like, is that him? He sounded really old, like he was tired. Pence running in the mystical Sky Daddy. I thought it was all bizarre. They were really trying to take out who's the young guy that the creepy guy. I went on to our conservatives last night to see what they had to say, and they really liked the young guy. He looked like a salesman, right? He looked like he was selling multi-level marketing or something. Let me see if I can find out who these guys are. Hold on. So like he looked like he was selling Amway or something. Our conservative loved him. They thought that he was the new generation of Republican. Let me see if I can find who these guys are. Who is at the debate? See if I can get these guys. Let me see who all these guys. Who are the candidates? Let me see. Okay, let me give a rundown of what I thought of all these guys. So, like Mike Pence, like creepy old grandfather. I'm not going to comment on his on Pence, but yeah, I didn't really like. I was like, yeah, whatever. It's like standard Republican, right? Ron DeSantis. Ron DeSantis. His moment for me last night was I was kind of blown away by the selling the story that he's conservative fiscally. That's not true. So I was like, what? I was like, this is kind of bizarre. So I just found him to be really bizarre. I just heard about the he's got the person that's running the new Disney district or something. He's paying him like $1 million a year. So I'm like, okay, cut services and then pocket all the cash. So I was like, this guy didn't really do it for me. He has a weird stage presence too. He did make some good points saying that like crime was the lowest it's ever been in Florida. I don't know much about Florida. Who else? Nikki Haley, didn't listen to her too closely. Tim Scott, people said they liked him. I thought that when he was talking about financial stuff, and I was like, he's out of his fucking. I was like, he doesn't know what he's talking about. He's out of his mind. So the stuff that he was saying, I was like, he's out of his element. I'm like, maybe that makes sense to someone on Main Street, but shitty. He was just like espousing shit that didn't mean anything. Chris Christie. We got Chris. Let me see if I can show this stuff. We had Chris Christie. He's like Seven Deadly Sins, right? Chris Christie's like the guy that you're like, you know, you could do a bunch of cocaine with this guy. You know that if you took, you know, he'd be like the coke whore, right? Coke monster. He'd be the guy at the party that you don't want to tell you have cocaine or any kind of drug. Don't tell him you got Molly. Don't tell him you got mushrooms. He'll eat it all, snort it all, inject it all. He was kind of funny to listen to because he was like the whip. He's like, my only job here is to like pole position so I can, I don't know, jerk off DeSantis or something. And he went after, I think, that new guy. What's his name? Vivek Ramaswamy or something. Hopefully I'm not mispronouncing his name. Now, that guy was creepy. That guy was creepy. And I did find it funny that Chris Christie called him out like Obama. Because Obama was groomed to be president. I'm not anti-Obama. He was just groomed to have made no decisions in the Senate, any of that kind of stuff. We got a little bit of a bloodbath coming up here. A little bit of a nice bloodbath in Spoos. Now, he was creepy to me. Now, I didn't really agree with Christie. My assumption here with Christie and him was had more to do with greed and power. That's all it has to do with. They're not going to give up. Politicians, there's a huge line here between politician power, bureaucracy power, and business power. They like to keep them separate if they can. If they can, they will. They really like to keep, politicians love to keep business people, they have their own power, and politicians have their own power. So I could see that last night in the debate, that they're like, well, who are you? They're like, I think Pence even said something like, you haven't done nothing in the government. I've been doing this government stuff for all these years. And I'm like, yeah, that's bad too. It's like you're basically telling this guy, why are you trying to grift on my power? You're like, we're not going to give up our power that easy to you. Who are you, by the way? Have you made political alliances? And have you been stealing from the pot with the rest of us? Who are you? You're not going to take our pot of honey. That's what I took away from it. Looking for a target right down here, so we can get a nice little push down below. Trading 439.03 right now. See if we can catch this target right down here. Got a nice new low right now. Trying to tag this one down here, 438.17. So this one guy, Vivek, was kind of crazy to watch this guy. I don't know if he has a chance or not. He reminds me of Bernie Sanders. So I went on to Our Conservative last night, and they were all pumped for this guy. And it reminds me of Bernie Sanders, because if you go to like Reddit, they're like, I'm voting. They're like, I'm voting for Bernie. And then you're like, okay, how many other people are voting for Bernie? They're like, everybody's voting for Bernie. If you go to Reddit or places like that, like Bernie was going to be president. And who did they bring out? So when he was running in that last primary, they brought out, what's his face from New York? They brought out the famous billionaire, I forget his name, Bloomberg. They brought out Bloomberg, and he came into a debate and just destroyed. Matter of fact, he entered the election specifically to divide the votes against, take votes away from Bernie, and then give his votes to Biden. So this DNC is just like the RNC, right? Bunch of old school, good old boys, good old girls, gonna be a part of their system. And I noticed that last night in that Republican debate. And I noticed it on Reddit last night. So you're going to get a bunch of like young Republicans that are going to be like, this guy's going to win. And likely they're never going to show up to the polls. They don't show up. They say they do, but they vote on the internet. You know how young people vote? They fucking vote on the internet. They go on the internet, they bitch and whine, complain, and they don't actually fucking vote. So do I think he wins? Probably not. Dark horse candidate. I am assuming he's going to get pumped up, and you're going to see him everywhere, and he's going to be the guy. And then you're going to get the poll results, and you're going to find out it's a bunch of fucking old people that are like 50, 60, 70, 80 years old. And they came out and they voted for their, like, you know, like their regular Republican. That's what I think happens. Doug Burgum, out of his element. And he's from a state that can't swing anything. He'll likely be a good VP candidate. I don't think he goes anywhere. Sorry, North Dakota. Is he from North Dakota? Yeah. Sorry, North Dakota. You think you can swing your dick in the Senate, but you ain't swinging your dick in the national election. I apologize to you. Who else? Asa Hutchinson. I don't think. Asa Hutchinson. I watched him last night. Same man. No offense to you from North Dakota. No offense to you if you're from Arkansas. But I'm going to tell you something else. Right? Well, I guess Bill Clinton. Bill Clinton, right? He was from Arkansas. So I guess I can't leave. He would be like the nice alternative to like the old guy. If you're like, I don't want Pence. You know, I'm not a fan of Pence because of what he did to Trump or something like that. He would be your like, he would be your alternative candidate But I don't. When I looked at him last night, I was like, they got this guy out of the turnip patch. I was like, there's no way this guy gets elected. I guess maybe he has the best chance. I'm like, they pulled him off the turnip truck, not the turnip patch. They got the turnip truck. When I was listening to him, I was like, there's no way this guy's not all there. I'm like, this guy's got like an IQ of like 60 or 70. It's like there's no fucking way. If you disagree with anything that I'm saying here, let me know in the chat. If you're like, especially if you're Republican, because I'll be honest, I really didn't care. I was more interested in its impact on the stock market, its impact on my reason I watched that debate last night was if they broke out some kind of a populist, a Republican populist, and I didn't see that. The closest thing to that person running, the reason I'm saying that is because that does impact the stock market. They bring out somebody like, if they bring out somebody like like Dwayne The Rock Johnson, and he doesn't say anything that's dividing of people, I don't care if it's a Republican or a Democrat. He brings out somebody like that, and they run him like they did with Reagan, he has a chance of winning. And that would impact the stock market. Now, the closest I saw to that last night was probably that Vivek Ramaswamy. But he didn't have that thing, man. He didn't have it for me. So I think they got to bring out The Rock or something like that. Yeah. So Doug would actually do well with Pence too, right? He would. He's a good Pence alternative. If you want that old typical Republican, he would fit that bill much better than the other guy there, Doug Bergman. He would have the better. He seems like a guy that's like, you're not gonna. I mean, I guess you might have catched him messing with little boys or something, but outside of that, he looks like he fell off the turnip truck. He looks like you can tell he's not. He's eating like a steak at the OK Corral or something. He eats at like the Iron Skillet. He goes to the buffet. He eats at the buffet. He doesn't care. At least that's what he looks like. Can't say that's really how he is. You can't trust any of these politicians. Yeah. Chris Christie goes on a huge diet and like loses a couple hundred fucking pounds. He's like ripped now. It would be epic, wouldn't it? It'd be just like that that movie, right? Idiocracy. I just rewatched that too recently. Well, this looks like a bottom, man. Here we go. We're gonna try it one more time here. Let's try the other way now. I wonder if they park this into the end of the day. Wouldn't this suck right here? Just imagine this. If you're a bear, just imagine this, right? Just like grind. Get your down move. Jerome speaks. Rocket ship. But like this right here. Can you just imagine that in the close today? Have fun with that shit. Good luck today with that. Place your bets. Let them burn you down. Place your bets and let them burn you down. Right in here. They just grind your ass and you're locked into the event tomorrow. So place your bets. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that turning up now, baby. Woo-wee. Watch that hourly velo. See that curve coming up? You see that flattening of hourly here? Ooh, baby. They pin this right now. Can you see? Oh, hold on a second here. Oh, see if I can send you over here. So I'm watching this right here, right? Watch this right here. See that? See that daily flatten out? Got a little bit of a half hour nastiness still here. But that hourly is flattening out nicely right here, right? See that hourly flatten out? Half hour is coming down to join the party. There. That's all positive right there. That's all positive right there. This is coming down to help out price to get above. Whoop, whoop. Now the only question is, now the only question is right here, what happens here? Big question for tomorrow, right? Do they pin this into tomorrow? Do they panic sell this down and then we get the big rip higher? Big questions here. I'm not going to take a trade here. I think I might stay flat rest of the day. I'm afraid of this. I'm afraid of this like place your bet bullshit. Dealers like doing this shit. They'll like make you place your bets, and you're gonna get all bared up, and you're gonna be reading all the crap. And meanwhile, they're just gonna pin you right here. If you wanted to trade this in here into the close, maybe you could. I'm a little, even if you get the rip down here, just like if you want to trade this into the end of the day. I'm going to wait until the close here and see, unless something else happens. If we get something like, we got something like this and something like this, and you saw price begin to head higher, I'd be willing to take this trade right here maybe, like there. But I'm not going to mess with this upside, and I'm not going to mess with the downside either. I'm looking for a dip to buy here. More than anything. So just as you come into this close right here. Yeah, so I watched the debate last night. I still haven't seen that person. I'm looking for that person. I thought they would run that person. Maybe that's the best person they've got, that young guy that's they're trying to make that their Dwayne The Rock Johnson or something. I don't know if that works out. He doesn't seem to have the charisma. There's an element to that guy, to me. What's his name again? Vivek. There's an element to him that is, to me, like a multi-level marketer. He reminds me of like a like Amway salesman or something. Like there's like something about him that's like super sketchy. Now I don't know if that's intended to attract stupid voters. That could be possible. Let me know in the chat what you thought about that guy, because I can see I was on our conservative last night and they loved him. So maybe I have to be missing something. He seems like he's on the right track of being that candidate, but he's not that candidate. Does that make sense to you too? Like I understand running a guy like that, but I don't think he's it. I can get. Not that I would vote for him, but I could get behind, if I saw that candidate. Like, I got to tell you something. So if you ever saw Reagan, you knew. You were like, this guy can win. And he didn't have that panache. Same thing for, like, Clinton. I actually saw Clinton. I met Clinton when he was running, and I was young. But you could just see it. Like, he had the charisma. And you're kind of looking for that no matter what the party is. Yeah, he made a ton of money in biotech, right? There was something about him, man, that just didn't do it. He was close. He was like, it's that thing about him, man. It was like that. I was like, I don't trust this fucking guy. I was like, this fucking guy is going to try to sell me fucking trash bags and shit. Tell me, like, we got to pay 4 times for shitty detergent or something. Would you consider him a moderate or no? Is he a moderate or no? I don't know. I don't know if he is or isn't. I haven't read his platform yet. Steak knives, dude. Yeah, dude, steak knives. He's not a moderate. Okay, so I don't know his platform. I just went in. I was just trying to find if there was that guy that, or woman, man, woman, I don't care if it's man or woman, but like someone that just like hit it. More of an originalist. That's a good way to describe it. I did notice that last night. So his platform, he was all over the place. I was like, this guy's just taking shots. This guy's coming out swinging. He's like, there was, I think it was somebody said about Trump, and I was like, if the other guy had said something positive about Trump, he would have probably taken a swipe. I don't know if it was Christie or someone else. Maybe it was Pence. I don't remember, but I was like, oh, this guy looks like he would have taken a swipe if they were pro-Trump or anti-Trump. It wouldn't have mattered. It was just more of like, I'm going to take a big-ass swing at you, hit you in the face. That's what it seemed like. So that's what I got on that debate. I can't wait to see the Democratic debate. And I'm mostly I'm fascinated by this for two reasons. Or another reason I'm fascinated by this is because of Biden. Now, dude, Biden's not looking good either. Biden, you know, his age is getting up there. They got to pump him full of Adderall and stuff. You know that's what they do. They did it with Trump too. In my view, they did it with Trump and with Biden. Guy's getting old. You can't deny that he's not getting old. And then the fascinating thing to me is, does he? I know that these people will never give up power. Like Dianne Feinstein is another fine example. And it's not just her. They got the other guy there from, who is the guy from Strom Thurmond? That guy basically died in the Senate, right? The guy was like there since the 1950s or something. Like, these people won't give up power. Like, none of them. I don't care what party they're from. And their inner circle won't either. Like, the people that they employ, people that have jobs, they'll run these candidates until they die as well, because they don't want to lose that sphere of influence they have. So do I think that Biden has the will to run? Yes. He doesn't care if he dies in office. Who's he going to run, though, as his VP? Kamala Harris? That's a question mark, more so than it ever even was in the last election. Do you want her as your VP possibly during his term? Is going to be a question for the Dems. And is he a one-term president? Was Biden brought in just because no, we just didn't want Trump anymore, right? That's a big question. Is it just a matter of, we're going to get Trump out of there, we're going to put somebody in, and he's not going to do too much damage? I know if you're a Republican, you think Biden did damage. Biden's done a lot of the shit that Trump said he was going to do, which is crazy. A lot of the status quo has been maintained with Biden in office, in my view. So I'm fascinated by this as we head into this next election, to see who the Democrats are anointing to be the president. If it's Biden, who is his running mate? I know you're going to say it's Harris. And can they get away with that in this next election? Will that fly with the voter? And how do you sell that to the voter? Because I think these voters coming in, if I was a voter coming into this election, and I was stuck in my house and couldn't sell it to move, if my taxes were high, if there was uncertainty with rates continuing higher, with my taxation, all those questions I would need to have answered heading into this election. And the cost of goods, the cost of inflation, the real cost of this stuff, and who's going to answer those questions for me. I didn't get a lot of those answers last night. And the answers that were given last night on those questions, they were evasive or they weren't making sense. So I'm fascinated by that stuff. I'm fascinated by, because I know how these people vote. It's how I vote. Most people vote like this. Historically, that's how people vote. They don't mind all the hot button issues, but it's always about the dollar in your pocket. I'm telling you, it's always about that dollar. How far your dollar goes. Can you afford your mortgage, your rent? Are you getting paid enough money? Are you paying too much in taxes? That stuff matters to an actual voter. And I didn't see that stuff answered last night in that debate. So I want to see what happens. Yeah, she's going to have to develop. That's one thing I'm a Democrat. That's one very big negative. I think she's a I don't mind replacing with a woman either, or a woman of color or anything like that. I don't have any problems with that. She has a problem, or she came in like last place in their primary, right? I think she was in last place, second to last place, I think. She's not well liked by Democrats, and I think Democrats are at that one moment where they're like, "Yeah, you know what, we'll take her, but we don't want to be president." So that's a big question mark for me. Can she be president? Yeah, Newsom. You got Newsom. You got, I don't know who else Dems could possibly run, but I'd like to, I think Newsom Biden ticket might work. Like a Biden president, Newsom vice president could be a winner for the Dems if they wanted that. It's hard for me to see Biden and Kamala Harris winning this next, or not that they won't win. They can win. If the Republicans run someone crazy enough, they can win. If the Republicans could run someone that's not as decisive, they would have a chance in this election or the next election to win. I think Americans are done with crazy for right now. I don't think it matters if you're Republican or Democrat. I think they want, they don't want the crazy right now. Or maybe even if they want crazy, even if they want change, they don't want the baggage along with it. Like, even if they want the crazy, they don't want the kind of crazy that we've had. Let's look down here. We'll do this white box down here. Oh, wait a minute. This looks like garbage here, doesn't it? This doesn't look good here. I'm watching this right. Wait a minute. It's kind of looking like garbage, isn't it? That ain't looking pretty, is it? Looking like hot garbage in here. Ping pong, ping pong, ping pong, ping pong. Maybe down. Place your bets for tomorrow kind of stuff. It's not looking good, is it? I guess you could trade this if you wanted to. I'm not really feeling in the mood. I'm having a really good week. I'm making a lot of money, so I'm feeling really like, yeah, I'll just take the big moves. Trump's going to run from jail. That's another issue, right? That's another issue for Republicans. Trump's the front runner for Republicans right now. He could tear that party apart, couldn't he? There was a famous Republican that I pay attention to, and he made a fair point. He was like, he said he's a big Trump supporter, still to this day. I'm not going to tell you his name, but he made a fair point. He was like, Biden's going to win this election. And he's a big Trump supporter. He goes, Biden's going to win this election. He said the reason was because he said if Trump continues to run, he's going to tear apart the Republican Party, divide the vote so much that Biden will easily win this election. And now that begs the question, does Biden think that too? Maybe he thinks he doesn't have to do much to win this election, just by the implosion of the decisiveness of that vote. I think the Democrats need, if they're going to run Biden, I think they need Newsom to, like, as a VP. That's like a bare minimum. They would need that as a for continuation. Now, but the internal stuff there, I can't put a finger on. The internal stuff of that party, like Democratic and Republican Party, it's fascinating. If you don't know much about, the nomination process in the RNC and DNC, it's very fascinating. It's easier for an outsider to, in the Republican Party, it's easier for an outsider to get a foothold in the primaries. In the DNC, it's not. DNC has full control over who gets run. It's very difficult as an outsider in the DNC to run someone that's outside of their system. So it's gonna be, 'cause it's saying like Newsom running or Newsom even being the VP is a real like still an outside bet. The DNC loves to have their candidates be like they're like, we're gonna run Biden twice, even if he loses, we're gonna run him. They've like the beds are made, right? The beds are totally made with the Democrats. Like that's the one of the things I don't like about the Democrats is, it's like you better be. If you thought last night, Chris Christie, what he was saying, like calling that guy a sycophant or whatever, the Democrats are way worse. Like they're way more insular. They'll lose rather than give it up to a power to somebody from outside of their circle. Yeah, none are trustworthy. I don't trust any of them. I'm not the. If you think I'm going to be your guy, like I'm going to be your white knight for a cause. They turn all of you plebs against you guys are. I'm a pleb too. But what they're doing to our country is just gross. And not only is it gross, but you have foreign countries doing the same thing. Foreign countries now able to get inside of our system and amplify what not only politicians want, but corporations. So corporations, not corporations, but CEOs. CEOs looking for power. And so you got like the CEOs, you get the politicians, and now you have foreign powers, and you and I are the ones paying for it. No matter what your political party is, it's really gross right now. I've never been as disappointed. Never, I don't think in my life I've ever been as disappointed as I am right now. Like you used to be able to say like, this is because of this or that. Like all that stuff has changed. Used to be like political stuff, but now we've got. You guys know about all that stuff, right? Different forms of government, how they evolve over the generations, generationally. Now you got like CEOs, they're like American oligarchs, and they don't care if you're a Democrat or Republican. These politicians aren't really Republicans and Democrats to me anymore. They're just power party. Just call them like the power party. So there's one party. It's called power. And then you've got, like you got these CEOs, man, these American oligarchs, and then you got outside countries, and they want that same. They want to, divide all of us at the same time. So it's really like soul crushing to know that. And then, of course, young people are, rather than being activists, and I don't care if you're Republican either. Like, I mean activists, like if you're a young person, you're Republican, you move into a poor community and try to help it out. Build yourself your church there in a broken down community. You guys aren't doing that, right? I don't know any 18-year-old Republicans moving into the ghetto trying to rebuild it. Right, so you're not seeing like the activism from young people in general. You see like the activism and protesting and stuff like that for both young Republicans and Democrats, but it's still bullshit. It means nothing. I'll be honest with you, that shit means nothing. That stuff does not make change like you living your life for that change. And that's the stuff that's scaring me, and I think that's a lot of the oligarchs doing that stuff. They tell you don't vote, don't do this, do that though. Go rob a store. Go protest in the street and beat each other up. We love that. Jamie Dimon for president. I'm for that. Well, I'm not for that. He would love it, though, wouldn't he? That would just be the icing on the cake, wouldn't it? I could see him just like flexing his back muscles. Like you give him that presidency. That would just like, that'd be the ego right there, man. Just like stroke the ego. Yeah. it'd be really cool to see like a it'd be really that's part of that part of that World War II generation. You know, you didn't matter if you were a Democrat, Republican, they all went to war, right? And they all came back. And women too, right? You got women were working in factories. Some of them were in the war, right? You got this whole generation. And regardless of their politics, they these aren't boomers. All these people are dead. These boomers like to claim responsibility. That's one thing. Like boomers are like, I'm part of that greatest generation. I'm like, they're all fucking dead, man. You're not a part of that fucking generation. They're all fucking dead. But that generation itself, you kind of need that generation in our country. Now, I don't know if you want it to come from war, though. War is a bad thing for that generation to come back. But you kind of need that kind of a generation. They're like a doer type generation. They've seen all the worst shit, and they take an active part in their communities. So I don't know if we'll get that unless we have a war or something, which is horrible to say. Yeah, exactly. Boomers try to claim that all the time, and I'm like, get the fuck out of here. I'm like, you benefited from those people. Get out of here. That's what we need from a young generation. We need you need like a bunch of kids that are. It doesn't matter what their political affiliation is. They're just very active, you know. Boomers grew up in the teat of the greatest generation. Let me see here. Trying to grind down and below. Here's that. All that support in here. All right, see down in here. Bears want to break down and through here. Target that previous low. 435.50. Oh, yeah, look at that juice down there. Woo! 435.61 right there. That's what they're looking for. Watch the chart down below here. Trying to grind down. Don't want to see closing bars here. Don't like seeing that. You want to grind down here and blast right down and tag this low right here. It's at 435.50 down there. Send it straight down. Trying to buy some time right here for these. Start to pull higher. More that these turn around and pull higher. More chance for a squeeze higher. So we'll keep watching the hourly and see what it does. Oh, they're trying to get that creep here. Let me know in the chat if you're gonna sell this right here. You think we sell this down? Looks like it wants to sell, doesn't it? Let's tag that target. Get down here, tag this target down here. It's looking kind of bearish. Check the 5-minute here. Yeah, got it right here in the 5-minute. See it right here. Nice little sell above. Sell it down to the target. Let's take a look at HYG. Dixie heading up into Beartown right now. Beartown on VIX right now, or on Dixie. I've got it at 105.43. And you've got a breakout in Dixie right now heading there. NDX looking really weak right now. Tesla looking really weak. Apple looking really weak. VIX sitting on its 129, basing out. Squeeze higher. See if we can get more blood here. Let me know if you're let me know if you think this is a trap or not. You can see it right there. I'm going to try to reverse off this candle, this yellow right here. Let me move this up. Hold on. What's going on here? Why is this not helping me? Hold on, I'm getting some wonkiness here. Hold on here. I'm going to reset this. So right up where this white bar is right here, look for a swift reversal. I'm going to look for a red candle right up here. That green candle, reversal right there. Blast this down. Looking at 438s again, trading 15 cents. Trading 16 right now. See if we can get a big reversal here. Right there. Trading 14 cents right now. $0.13. I want to buy them right now. Long 438p. See if we get this rejection to the downside here. So 1 minute chart. I may have been a little early right here. I bought it right up in here, but I might get one more green tick up here. I might have to add to the position. Might get one more green tick right here. NASDAQ turning around. VIX sitting on its 2070 MA. If this doesn't reverse, I'll cut loose. This doesn't reverse to the downside. If we get some green bars, and then it comes back down, I'll cut them loose in here. Watching HYG right now on a 5-minute chart. HYG coming up into 2070 MA at 74.43. If it rejects, I'll stay long these puts. If it breaks above 74.43, I'll cut them loose. Dixie is cranking right now. VIX sitting on its 2070 MA in a 1 minute. Find out if it's going to go up or not. Or if it's going to roll down. I'm up 2 pennies right now. I'm going to put a stop. Trading 17 right now. It's as low as 13. Let's kind of do or die here for Bears. If Bears can't keep this down, we're going to start squeezing. So this is their last chance right here. Last chance for a seller. Why does this thing not fucking let me click on it? Having weirdness go on. Hold on, let me turn this off in the background. Last chance for Bears here. Last chance to sell. Trading 15. This is it for Bears. If you're a seller, this is your last chance, man. (2:06 in the afternoon. At 3 p.m. We're going to go over what to expect tomorrow. Some targets on the upside and downside. There's another concept here, which would be tomorrow's Friday. We should have 0-date Fridays for tech. And another concept here would be if Jerome Powell is a dud tomorrow, be careful tomorrow with dealers trying to take all of the event vol away and then getting the real move next week. So be aware of that. We'll talk about that today as well at 3 p.m. We're going to find out if it's a non-starter, right? They don't print either side. We'll look at where the prints should be for tomorrow as well. I'm going to give you the implied move for tomorrow on SPOOs. So your downside and upside implied move. So you'll know what the expectation is for tomorrow. And we'll see if they just barely miss that move tomorrow and if the real move comes after next week. There's a larger move in store for next week. Trading 17 cents right now in puts. I'm gonna go potty really quick. It's 2 in the afternoon. I'm gonna go potty and potty, and I'm gonna go potty right now, and I'll be back for I'm not back at 3. I'll be back at I don't know 2:15, 2:30, something like that. I've got puts here. I've got a stop on them, 1 penny less than what I want, what I bought them for. So if I get stopped out, I get stopped out. And I want to tell you something while I'm gone. I'm only going to be gone 15 minutes, but I want to tell you this. If the Bears don't get this rejection to the downside, we are going to squeeze faces off. Pretty big squeeze coming. Giant squeeze coming. So pay attention to this. And I'll be back. Give me 15 minutes. There's a whole conversation on that. There's I'm going to get stopped out right now. There's a whole conversation on 0 dates. How long you're in them, time of day matters. Middle of the afternoon is really bad, 1:30, 2:30. Then there's a whole bunch of stuff with dealers trying to, even if you're going to go in a certain direction, they'll try to, let's say they're oh, we're going from A to B, and you bought at 10 cents. They'll dump it to 5 and then take it to 15, and then you're kind of not getting out the time you want to get out, that kind of stuff. 0 dates are a weird thing. I have this it's kind of weird. I watch the option chains all day long too, so there's all kinds of ramifications in the option chain, all kinds of ramifications in selling puts and buying calls, implied vol, that kind of stuff, how it changes throughout the day. And there's there's a bunch of different factors. Gamma matters, right? Gamma matters as to how the behavior of the stock market. They consider all that stuff as well. No, I think you get a squeeze. This is their last chance, almost guaranteed. Why do I think that too? You want to know why? It's because of this right here. You have the hourly trigger is attracting right now. It's like, come to me. It's flattening. It's pulling, drawing up price. So, and that is where right now. 441.97. It's come down giants. So all morning it's been racing down. So it's right up here now. I also see a bunch of 440 puts. Oh yeah, we're up out. You know, there's like a bazillion puts in the money, and there's 0 to 8 puts, 300,000 of them on 440. 300,000. So as time passes here, right? See how time passes here? We've got 300,000 in draw. That's just like the calls, right? There's 300K 0 DTE puts. Now, sometimes they will close these in the money, but rare. Not enough times to not trade against it. So this right here, they don't want these closing in the money, and that's way up here, right? So there's a fair chance if the Bears can't get that last leg down very quickly here, like this quick move down here, so it can swing back up. We got a magnet up here into this close, and it's getting stronger. Like that magnet is just like thinking of buying 441Cs. They're 13 cents. They're cheap. Maybe I have them for 50 of them, but I don't know if I want to spend that much money. It's only $650. I got 50 441Cs. I think this is a magnet up here, so I'm going to get rid of that. And I got this one right here is what I'm looking for as a target. So see that right there, this 440? They don't want to close under this buy in a day. So they want price above this. They want price up here in a day, so. So I got a bunch of those calls. I'll be back in 15 minutes. $441C, if you're not listening. Sweet. Check 1, 2. Camera. Just mute that. What we got? Mute all this. Hold on here. Black box right there. Got that right. Break time. Be right back. Get rid of that. Put that right back up there. Okay, I'm back. Just heads up in the background, full disclosure. I bought 74C for September 29th for USO. We're going to take a quick look at USO in the background and CLE, but we're going to look at specifically USO. So I can go to the trigger screen. This is USO. They're coming into a 1, 2, 3, 4 trigger cluster. Now, there is issues with, not issues so much with this trade, but so I just bought September 29th, 74C. You've got a 4 trigger cluster in here on USO. And there's a target of 2 targets above. I guess there's 3 targets above, aren't there? There's 1 target there, but this is the big daddy is up here. Right there, it's 73.60. Now I looked farther out in time. There were some people thinking we'd go to 80 up here. Or maybe they're going to sell before we get to 80, but there wasn't a lot of liquidity in that trade. So I do own some September 29th, not October, September 29th calls. So just keep your eyes on USO up here for mid to late September. I don't think it trades 74. I think it gets up here to like 73.60. Set an alert. I'm going to set an alert right now. Slightly lower, so maybe take the money at like 73.37. This is a trade for USO that I'm in. It's a farther out in time trade. It's got some time on it, late September. If at any point it gets up here, I don't think I'll take the money here, but if we get up here to this vicinity, I'll likely take the money maybe even 73. I got to set an alert right there too. Hold on here. Like $73 will likely get. So somewhere up in here on USO. CLF looking the same way right now. I'll show you CLF why it's looking so bullish. So if you like trading futures, just this little double bottom here, and it's monthly. And it still has some sketchiness here. So if you're at home or something, also set an alert. 2, 3. Also set an alert at 79.29. What you don't want to see is a false breakout, and then it gets sent right down to the depths of hell. So let me go back to, hold on, I don't want to do this on screen with you because you're going to see my email address. So just on this one right here, make sure you set alerts at 71.86 and 72.20. What you don't want to see is a false takeoff. Like it starts to rip, and then it comes down and starts to send itself lower. So just be cautious in here. But I do think we trade that $74 by late September. Hold on 1 second here. Mainstream. I've still got calls for this target here to the close. Didn't put a stop on them. I don't know what they're worth right now. I'm sitting here on USO. Still sitting on calls. I bought some calls right in here. The bottom right there, I think. There or there, I can't remember. Somewhere in there. Some down from right here. Pretty bad right now. Still have faith in this squeeze higher. Still the target to the downside, but I don't believe they're going to close these zero dates. These 330,440 Ps. I could be wrong on that. Like every 1 out of 9 times, 2 out of 10 times, I'll be wrong on that. But I do think we squeeze above this into the close. I could be wrong. If they close these puts before end of day, I will definitely be wrong. They try to close them out before 4 o'clock. But for right now, still inside those calls. Other than that, nothing else going on right now. But I do have calls for USO September 29th, 74C. And they're going up right now. They were $1.34 or something like that. So we'll see what goes on here. Whew. Well, I bought puts down here. I bought some puts down. No, I bought puts here. This didn't pay shit. I think I made 6 cents or 7 cents on that trade. Oh, no, I bought puts right here. I made 7 cents. So I got nothing for puts down here. I got no love for the puts down here. Hold on 1 second here. I got to put some alerts in. Give me 1 second here. I like USO here. We're talking TLT2 was on my list earlier this week. I never bought TLT. I wanted to do a triple leveraged on it. It's coming back down into its hourly trigger right now. But there's let me go over to TLT real quick. So TLT coming back down into its, I meant to buy this, never did. We're discussing TLT in the oil trade. I would still like to see it get above this daily trigger here. So I'm not quite ready for TLT. If TLT can break above here, I'd be more keen on it to take it up to that $100 up there. So still not keen on TLT. It looks great. The hourly is a little overextended here. Daily, though, looks great down here to go up. But I want to see this hold and see if it comes back down here. Maybe buy it above 95.50. Still no trade on TLT. Back to the main screen. Squeezing higher now on SPY. Thanks for following Sarbomb1. Good to see you, brother. Yeah, I'm on oil right now. We're talking about it all week. It's got a 4-trigger cluster on it. It looks really good. TLT and oil look good for fall and winter. I got yelled at for saying that, too. I got yelled at for saying that last week. Someone was like, "What? Are you crazy?" I'm like, "Fuck yeah, dude, TLT." But I won't trade TLT. I'll do a triple leveraged ETF on it. Squeezing 439.14 right now. On my spot calls. Oof. 441's trading 3 cents. I'm kind of puking right now. Sent another order in, loading up on 441Cs at 4 cents. See if now I got 100 contracts. So we'll see if I'm right or wrong in this trade. Just murder algo in here. Straight murder algo. And I bought these things way down here. It's like way down here. I think it was this. Yeah, I think it was this one right here I bought. They just straight murdered it. Took like 12 cents off or something. 13 cents off the trade. Even though we're right back to where we were right here. Straight murder algo. Just added some more for this close. See if we squeeze into this close. If they like bring it just above 400, I'll be kind of pissed. If it's like right here and into this bell, I'll be pretty upset. But cost me like 600 and then just 200 just then. So we'll see what happens. Yeah, I don't like trading TLT options. I don't mind buying TLT. But I'm not a fan of TLT options. I like the triple leveraged bull and bear ETFs on them. I should have bought it earlier this week and I didn't. Like I fucking forgot. I think I was like talking about it, thinking about it, talking about it, thinking about it. Then I like forgot about it for a few days. And then I watched the double bottom on CLF. There was like one bad down day on oil. We were in stream or something. Market was going up. The oil was going down. I'm like, I'm fucking waiting on this. So I'm finally long on oil here. They're breaking above their hourly trigger. We'll see what it does. It's got a nice cluster on it, too. I was looking out in October and January, but the cost and the price that they were like, yeah, you got to buy like 100 Cs and stuff like that. And I was like, I think it was it 100 or 200? I don't know. Something fucking insane. Yeah, like 100 Cs on USO for like January. And I was like, no, I don't think we're going that high. Maybe. I don't see it. I see 75. Now, the only question on that becomes, does anybody else own them with you? Because it's not a liquid trade. And then, like, what's the potential? I guess the measure here from 71 could put it over $100, but I don't know if I trust it. We're going up right now in USO. I'm looking at it right now. Trying to break above the hourly trigger right now in USO. Hourly trigger on USO, by the way, is 71.59. Market just holding right now. Nothing big going on. Watch them park this shit into the close. It's almost 3 o'clock. We'll start talking about, it's 3 o'clock right now. Give me a second here. So it's 15:01. So you got one more hour left. Power hour or what's the other thing that they say about it being a sour hour? We got sour hour coming up. We're going to go to the full screen chart here and take a look. You can see the pin in the market. I've got some calls on here. Got like $800 on some calls here. Not a bunch of money, but they got these puts. They're still on right now. Now there's 314. I said 300 when I typed 330. It was 300. Now it's 314,000 puts. Unless they want to own the market here, which would be kind of nice to see. So if they did actually own the market, if they owned 314,000 contracts and puts, that's pretty good. Someone's actually buying the market down here, which is good to see. Where's the hourly trigger right now? That's coming screaming down. 441.73. Hourly trigger's now down here, 73. Keeps coming down, keeps coming down. Keeps coming down. It's below the pivot now. There's your pivot. We're going to look at the 5-minute chart. And we're going to look at the 5-minute chart and see. So I'm down here trying to buy calls into this close. Let's talk about that for a minute. So I'm down here trying to buy calls. This is the actual move right here, right? We traded that up for a minute. What else? I think I bought calls right here, something like that. I'm trying to take this trade up into this close right here. You've got the weekly trigger, which is, what's going on down here? You guys see all this? Yeah, okay. So you got the weekly trigger down here. There's your price target down here, right? You got Friday. We're going to talk about next week today so you guys can make a plan. See here. Friday, or Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. Can you see all this? I don't think you can. Move that over a little bit right there just to get next week involved in this. I may have to go to a 15-minute chart. Let's go to a 15-minute. That'll help. That's better. Yeah, there's the warning right here. So there's going to be Elliott waivers out there that are going to say, we tagged, I think, 446.60 up here. They might say, oh, that's plenty. You didn't actually tag the 448 or the 450 above, right? You didn't tag either of these right here. And that we're continuing the leg down, second leg down into, get rid of some of this. That we're continuing that leg down into the weekly trigger. This is the price target down here. I'll extend this over because we're done here. This would be the Elliott waivers out there that are like, nope, you come down here, slam it down, come back up, and there's actually your final target down below. You have an oversold bounce, and we go back up here, right? And then you come right back down, and we're bloodbathing at that point. I'm assuming that's what bears think. Now, that's 450 that we talked about. Do we get to 450 by Friday? Didn't do that. Unexpected move up into the overnight, right? Tagging 446. Maybe they're counting that as the horseshoes and hand grenades to actually get down to that price target down below at 450. Now, we're going to look at two important things or factors in this. We're going to look at the event vol that comes off tomorrow. Where's this Friday? Saturday, or excuse me, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, right there. You've got the daily trigger. Let's go back to a 5-minute because I can't. You got the daily trigger or hourly trigger right here currently into next week. And the hope here from bears that they trade this on, they trade this tomorrow. Sellers want to be trading this tomorrow, right? They want to get down here, have hawkish Jerome Powell, right? Woohoo! Jerome Powell's done talking, right? The vol comes off, and we head up into end of week. So if you're a bull, right? We want to talk about the event vol coming off tomorrow. We want to talk about this bottom right here that bulls are trying to establish, and then also this previous low back here, right? So we have known buyers. We've got known demand right here, right? That's known demand. The bulls are saying, the buyers are saying that they're up here, but they've moved higher. So far, that's proven itself that the buyers are actually still here. But you can see the sellers coming down right here, right? Sellers are coming down, telling you no, telling you they're right here. So you're going to get this corkscrew option, right? This wind up to make a decision if we're going up or down, big blast down, or a big blast to the upside. So if you don't get the hawkish Fed and the event vol pulls off the market, we should see some major squeezing to the upside. If you get like the dovish Fed, that's my expectation, that you get the dovish Fed, that you're going to get a squeeze higher. Now, if you're a bull, you might not get that squeeze tomorrow. That's my one key to you, would be if we come in tomorrow and you get the bullish Fed, you might get a failure up here at 441 or even 444. So pay attention to that tomorrow. If you're like me saying, hey, you're going to get the dovish Jerome Powell, be concerned about dealers stopping that trade and not actually doing that print to 450 until Monday or Wednesday of next week. So be aware of that. If you're like, well, I'm bullish on Jerome, right? You'll end up getting that squeeze up here, repricing of options. So a spread might actually be your best bet for like next Wednesday to the upside, like 450C spread to the upside on Wednesday. This show's Monday, but it's for Wednesday. And that is just to clear out or not have to deal with the vol that comes off that event, the repricing of options. If you're a bear here into tomorrow and you think, well, Cap, we're gonna get the bear or the hawkish Fed, and even if we don't, they're gonna try to close all this stuff out down here. We'll talk about what's lower and why it's lower. The magnet that's from JPM. JPM is a magnet at actually 420. So there's a JPM collar trade for this quarter all the way down here at this 420. So we'll write that in right now too. We've got the JPM collar that's right here. This is JPM collar. That's been acting as a magnet. Come on now, fingers. It's not JPME. That's been acting as a magnet, and it'll also act as a repelling on the market. So if you trade down here, so we get down here to this target, you're going to see a ton, not JPM, but you're going to see other people that are trading that'll exercise that position and a huge bounce off of that position. So if you're a bull, kind of looking for this 420-ish and 426 to begin to get bullish. If you're also bullish, you're looking to get above right now. Same as we said yesterday and all week long, right? The hourly trigger needs to be above the daily trigger. Price needs to be above and a confirmation trade. So bulls still don't have that on their side at this time. They don't have it. Didn't have it yesterday either. Even in this close, they didn't have it. This morning, they didn't have it. They had the hourly trigger below the daily trigger. They had the hourly trigger was down here, believe it or not, yesterday. And this was above here. This is where we got sold off on that hourly trigger. So even right now, bulls don't have like a thesis to say I'm bullish here. Bulls have a thesis above 443.91 with the hourly trigger above it and price above that. Bulls also have a thesis down below here at 427 and even lower at 420. Other than that, bulls don't have a thesis here. Now, with all that said, you have the vol kicking off or collapsing tomorrow. If you don't get and get that out of the way because we're done explaining it. If you don't get that vol from the Fed president tomorrow, all of the hedging from larger market participants will come off. The market tomorrow for that Fed speaker. So at some point tomorrow in the morning, you should see the vol come off and the market start to bounce and spring. So those two targets to the upside, 441.65. I think they come down to, I think that hourly is going to come down to 440.97 by open tomorrow. So somewhere right down in here, 440.97. I'll tell you what, man. You open up tomorrow and this hourly is down here and you're just like kind of like grinding this right here. It's going to squeeze like crazy. So be prepared for that tomorrow. We'll be here at 9:30 for that. I'll try to be here. I think this morning I was a little bit late, but it's mostly because I'm in trades and shit. I'm trying to exit. So just down in here for tomorrow. If you want what my thoughts are, what happens tomorrow, or even today, it was the same thing as yesterday, right? We talked about this trade higher, we talked about this trade lower into the morning, and then a higher trade, and then the down trade into Friday. So it's kind of on that track. It went a little bit higher than we expected, and we went a little bit later, 2 hours later than we said 11 o'clock for here, but it wound up being 12 or 10 o'clock. Wound up being 12 o'clock that we hit that low. And so even right here, I'm going to expect this move higher, and I'm going to expect futures to get sold by 6 a.m. somewhere up in here. Probably at 440. Give a target of 440 in futures to sell this down into Jerome's meeting, and then once that's done, we're gonna squeeze higher. I'm gonna go with Jerome being very positive into this open tomorrow, or into this speech that he's giving tomorrow. I think you'll still get the vol from it going into it, but I don't think you get the bloodbath. I think you get this. I think you get down into here. Right? Maybe you get some blood into that Jerome speaking. Let's see what time that is again tomorrow. 10:05 a.m. So right around bloodbath down at 10 o'clock. So a little bit before. Right there. Bloodbath into 10 o'clock. And then I don't think you get the Jerome that you think you're getting. I think as soon as he starts talking, he starts to dissuade or tell people to get fucked. You might get this tomorrow, this 440, 441. And then the greater move will come in into next week to the upside. Now, if you wanted to buy puts into tomorrow, my personal belief is that you would do them at like 4 o'clock, 4:15, something like that, to try to capture that. If that happens, if we squeeze up into this close right here, and you're buying puts in it tomorrow, and we sell down just like I do every day, right? If we're selling down or up into the open, you close that position. I guess you could try to hold it for half an hour down here. But for me, if you get that trade, you just take the money and run. So we'll see what happens here into this close. My expectation for tomorrow is a low, or my expectation for today is that we trade up into this close. You'll get a sell on 440 in the overnight, and then the low to the downside is going to trade to, let me take a look at it really quick. Price target for tomorrow. $435.35. Right here. Price target for tomorrow. Let's see how close we get to it. It'll be kind of a fun exercise. PT for downside PT for tomorrow. Price target 435.35. I always like doing this shit. So right here for tomorrow, this is Friday. Price target for tomorrow. We draw these in every day, don't we? Or we've been doing it. We'll squeeze up here. 440 in the overnight. Then right down here by open tomorrow. And I don't think you get your. I'll even draw in. We'll just leave this up for tomorrow because it'll be kind of fun. I think you get your squeeze up to 440. 11 o'clock. I think by end of day you wind up right up here. Well, I'm saying something kind of kooky. It might be 443. Bring that back by tomorrow. It'll be like down here. Yeah, dump that and do it again. I think you're somewhere that's like 440. Initial squeeze. Consolidate. And then this bigger move up into the close right there. Something like that tomorrow. We'll just put that back here. If you're a futures trader, I'd be trying to sell the fuck out of 440 in the overnight. I don't know if you're a futures trader, but that's what I'd be looking for. I'm going to look for dealers to help out the bulls here into the close. I'm not on this bloodbath into the close today. I know some of you are. You think that's what's going to happen. I don't think so. Maybe. It's possible. If you do get the bloodbath into the close, say if you're a bear, you like thinking, yeah, bloodbath, panic, sell this down, traders await Fed Jerome Powell, then this target would be lower. This target would actually be 433.16. So if we sell the close today, if we sell close today, 433.16 would be the expectation for tomorrow. So if you see this selling, if you see sometimes we'll see this violent selling into the bell, you see some kind of craziness like this, and whatever they do up in here is going to get violently sold down by open down here, or like 10 a.m. I said open, but I think 10 a.m. down there. Maybe it opens like right here, and then we blast down. So right down there. I don't think we do it into this close at all. Now here's my larger outlook. So into next week, what I think is going to happen. It's a 15-minute trade, right? So this is not 15-minute trade. This is Friday. This is Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Oh, hold on. Here's your warning up here. Down into next week, and then by Wednesday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, gonna be right up here at that 450. And this is where I'm scared. This is where I'm really scared. So like this 450, what I'm scared about this is this 459, 460 up here. This whole zone up here is going to be a big for the next month, coming into the 31st. End of month, you're going to call it window. You're going to say it's window dressing. So you're going to try to tell me in the chat, just window dressing, Cap. I'm going to tell you that it's not window dressing, but my fear here coming into the 31st that I don't want to see. Let's keep this on your palate here. What I don't want to see is that failure after the 31st into the first, and we then go back down and trade that 426. This would be the signal that the bull run is over. So as time passes, you've heard me talk about bulls having only so much time to get things done. This is kind of the last. This is kind of like the last hurrah for bulls. They have, this is the 31st right here. If you have a failure at that 50 or 48 coming into the 31st, and they start to sell this down into the month of September, then you know that you've only got a month left to the quarter, and they'll likely pin that 420. They'll likely pin this 420 into September. So if that fails into the first, you will see a pin into the month of September at 420, probably by the 15th, and we'll bounce around it. We could even go lower than the 420, trade 400, and literally trade a zone above and below, like 430 to 400, and just literally pin that 420 into end of September. So bulls kind of at the ass end of their run. This is kind of the place right here. There's not many. We said this. I think we said this back here, right? We said right here. We said bulls have to get it on. They have no choice. They have to go higher. Sitting at that same level once again, and they really don't have any time left to trade that 472, 465, 472, and it takes 480 off the table for December. So I don't think that if you're going to pin 400 or 420 for the quarter, that you can. I don't think that you can actually say to yourself, like with a straight face, and say, "Yeah, we're at 420." Let's say on September 20th, or excuse me, September 29th, we're at 420. I don't think with a straight face you can say, "Yeah, we're going to put on 600 points in Q4." Is it possible? Yeah, it's possible. December we do some whack shit sometimes. We'll put on crazy numbers the last month of the quarter. But, dude, that's a big ask for bulls. I would be suspect of you if you were a bull I would be a suspect of you if you were a bull into this Q4 at 420. Can we go up in Q4? Yeah. You're going to get 480? Fuck no. Even if you got 460 or 470 for December 1st, your whole bull thesis is gone at that point, in my view. Because they're going to start Q5 or Q1 of 2024, and likely we're gonna go pretty low in that Q1 of 2024. The expectation in Q1 of 2024 is a pretty deep low. So you're gonna get your true bear suits on when we get into that January 1. It'll likely be bullish. You'll see like bulls saying everything's all set. We just got a new high or something insane like that. But I will not be bullish at that point in the year. At that point, January 1st, I'm gonna be pretty fucking bearish. Even if we're up there, I'm gonna be pretty bearish at that point. So just right now and tomorrow, they're already trying to sell it down, pin it down here. I'm still long these calls, got a bunch of them. I don't believe them. I don't think they're going to close these in the money. So we'll see if they do or they don't. I got the target above here. It's all kind of wonky too. Target is that hourly trigger. We'll see if they can pin it or if they sell this close into tomorrow. So I'll be here with you tomorrow at 9:30 in the morning. I'll try to get here early so that we don't miss the speech and we're ready for it. Here's that downside target. Still haven't hit it. Here's S2 down below. And I might, you know what I would do too is, dude, I'm telling you, I would fucking buy calls down here too into tomorrow. I'd load the fuck out of some calls there too. So either way, I don't give a fuck what they do here. I could care less. But yeah, Bob, put the stapler down. Yeah, on the grander scheme of things, if you're looking at like a 15-minute chart, I'm trying to buy calls down here, not puts. I have no interest in buying puts down here. None. All I want to do is buy calls to the upside. So I'm going to stick with that. It's worked quite well for me. So we're gonna stick with any of these super lows and stuff like that. Just buying the dip and trying to get a 300% print or something. So we'll see what's going on in this close. They had the low back here. Target down below. Weak into this close right now. Not looking good for bulls. Not looking good for my calls. It's 15:24 right now. You got another 36 minutes. So I think that explains what the expectation. Let me go back over to the main screen. I think that explains the thought process for bulls and bears. Bulls, I got to tell you, man, if you're a bull, dude, like, if you're a bull, dude, if you like if we bounce off 426 or 427 or 420, you try telling me that we're going to go to all-time highs, I'm going to laugh in your face. It's like, that ain't happening. Not enough time. So you better be like praying to the Jerome God tomorrow that he makes this market rip faces off. I think that you get that. I don't think Jerome wants this right now. I think my thesis here is that Jerome knows, or Jerome won't be able to control what happens to the market. That's my thesis, is that he knows that cuts are coming in 2024. I think here where we are, I was talking to my buddy Joe here, and I'm like, if we go from 433 to 350 is only 800 points. We can easily do that in 7 months. I think we do more than that in 7 months. So 700 points down between September and February. September, October, November, December, January, February, March, April would be 8 months. I'd expect the low in April, the actual low. And like 3,500, I'm like, yeah, maybe it's 32, maybe it's 28. So we're going to know quite quickly. That thought process there too, right? As we come into tomorrow with Jerome, I want you to think about that thought process, because what happens is if Jerome doesn't save the bulls, right, you're going to have a fundamental shift in the sentiment of the stock market tomorrow. You'll have a fundamental shift, and all those high targets that you have will shift to don't buy the market and wait until springtime of 2024. And that, if you see that sentiment shift across the board from Jerome tomorrow to that negative, even if we squeeze, right? Even if we go up, if you see that sentiment shift, that major sentiment shift in the marketplace, you will never see that 4,800 will be off the table for a long time, like 2-3 years, likely, something like that, possibly about 2-3 years, something like that. Year and a half, something like that, maybe year and a half to 3 years. So it'll be kind of fascinating to see what he says tomorrow. I'm really fascinated to see what he says, if he is planning on that, and into the election as well. So I'm fascinated by that too. I'm interested to see what he has to say. I'm interested to see if we go into the elections below 3,500. You start to get down to like the 26s and the 28s, and you start to put pensions and 401ks on notice. You'll find like cities will go bankrupt and stuff like that. So I'd be fascinated to see that into the election season if that were to happen, and the promises that would be made with that taking place into the election season. So right now, that downside target 438.17 is looking even more and more apparent as we get into this close. I got my calls are worth 1 penny right now, not even 2. So I'm getting smoked here. I'm still holding. I'm going to hold them into 415. I don't believe that they're gonna hold this down. Maybe they will. Now there's 323,000 0-8 puts. Someone's buying the market here. 321,000 puts. All 0-8s. 321,000. All 0-8. Someone's buying the market today. Someone is buying the market today. What is that? How many does that even equal to? How many shares is that? 300 million shares? Something like that, right? Let me know in the chat if I got that wrong. Someone's buying the SPY for like 300 million shares today. So I have that right? I think so. 300 million, I think. That's what I think. 300 million 0-8 puts gonna expire in the money. So someone's buying the market here. Someone's buying the market. I don't know who it is. I'm assuming this is Ackman. I can't decide if it's Ackman or if it's what's his name? If it's Icon. It's got to be Icon because Icon's Super Bear, right? So maybe it's Icon doing it. And if we get low enough into this close, I'm going to buy 0-8 calls in this too. Hold on a second here. Yeah, that's who I think it is. I think it's Uncle Carl. If I had to guess, it's Uncle Carl. Someone's buying them. Usually it's Carl. Carl likes to do the Carl likes to sell puts to the likes to sell puts. That's what I think. I think is it? I think Carl. I think Icon likes to sell the. No, Carl likes to buy the puts, and Ackman likes to sell them. Right? I think I got it in reverse. No, I think is it 32 million? I think it's higher. Add 2 zeros. So is that, add 2 zeros. So 320,000. Yeah, you're maybe right. 32 million. 32 million shares at $438. Man, I wish I was that kind of money. If I had that kind of fucking money, that fuck you money, I'd be stoked. Can you imagine just being like, yeah, you need some liquidity? What do you need to do? Sell calls or sell puts? Got it. I'm all over it. Like a dealer just calls you up and just says, hey man, we need some liquidity for the market. People are too bullish and too bearish. I did not hear Harker say that. We were listening to Harker on the stream this morning. I didn't hear that specific. I think I might have heard it. My take on Jerome is you get neutral and slightly dovish. Like if you had like the 0 and plus 10, it's like plus 1. That's my take on I don't think you get the hawk I don't think you get the hawk fed that you think you're getting. If you do, I'll be surprised. It would be like something that I'm not expecting, 100%. So my expectation is not the hawk that you think you're getting. Yeah, I think you get I don't think you get the stupid question answers either. I don't think that you do. I don't think you get like the neutral. I think you get the neutral Jerome, but I don't think you get like the Q&A where he's like, yeah, we need more down. I don't think you're going to get any of that. We have more to do. Something like that. I think he's going to go back. I think he's going to take the victory lap and say, we beat COVID. That's what I think he says. Takes that same bullshit victory lap that he took in the last rate decision. Just waiting for a squeeze here. I might have to add some more calls right now. 440C. Some more cheapies down here. 4-cent 440s. I'm going to add some of those. Just waiting here. Give me 1 second. Still waiting here. Coming into the half an hour now, so I'm just going to give it a quick second here and see what happens. HYG closing the last of their gap. Their last gap fill was 74.21. Coming down into that right now. Dixie coming up into the Beartown. So Dixie coming back up right now to its Beartown. If you guys ever remember me posting that stuff about Beartown. Apple coming down to close their gap. 174, 175.47, 175.14. VIX screaming higher right now. VIX just exploding. Haven't bought any more calls here. Just waiting. Looking for this big blast down here. Might get this blast down. Might get that S2 target. Trading 438.48. Actually, you know what? I might just buy calls for tomorrow. What if we go down there? Hold on. Did I say 440 for tomorrow? What did I say for tomorrow? 444, 443. Oh, they're not cheap for tomorrow. They're 42 cents. Woo! I was going to add 440 Cs, but I'm not gonna. I'm going to call that a dead trade for me. I'm going to lose my ass on this trade. Well, not lose my ass. So it was a small. It was only 50 contracts. So, and then I added another 2 cents worth. But I'm looking at 443s for tomorrow. Into this close, if we can get that gap closure down in Apple into this bell, I'm going to move the target down here. I'm going to buy this close for tomorrow. Right down there. Trading 40 cents right now on 443s. Haven't bought them yet. Got them lined up though. I might move them higher if they can get like 441s to 40 cents. I'd probably move them higher to 441. 440s are 61 cents right now, so we'll see what happens. Still have them lined up though. 443C for tomorrow. Trading 438.27. Now looking at 442s, they're 55 cents. Still want them at like 40 or 30. Now sitting on 442. Should come down here and target this 437. Gap closure on Apple is 175.47. You might buy 100 of these fucking things, not even 50 of them. A little bit more closing needed for Apple. Apple has more down to go. 175.47 is the target for Apple. Got a huge bear cross on NASDAQ right now on a 15-minute chart. Huge bear plane right now on NASDAQ on the 15-minute. Huge bear plane as well on NDX. Trading below the 1 hour 20/70 EMA. It's extremely bearish. So we're likely going to have a bloodbath close here. Very likely a bloodbath close. Might even go lower than this here. Go even lower. S3 right down here. Very possible to hit 435.61 in this close. Unlikely, but possible. Whew. I got to go piss again. Just bought a 437p for 6 cents. 100 contracts for today. Trading 7 cents right now. $0.08. Up 200. 9 cents. $0.11. Selling 10 cents right now. I'm going to try to get in one more time. Hold on. A quick $400. I don't want to buy these at 9. I want to buy them at like 6 or 7. Maybe 8 cents. Now they're at 8 right now. Nope, now they're at 9. I'll just put a stink. I got a stink bid in right now. I'll see if they get filled. No fill. I'm flat right now. Couldn't buy anymore. I tried to get 7 cents. No fill on 7. Come on, baby, bounce. Damn, 20 cents, dude. I owned them at 6 and sold them at fucking 10. Now I'm like, ah. And now they're trading 22 cents, 21 cents right now. Fuck. I'm at $1,500 fucking dollars. Come on now. Just squeeze back up so I can jump back in. I ain't buying that shit, dude. Fuck no. $15.48 right now. I've got 12 minutes left. Apple is now closing its gap down below, in between that 176.15. Target down below, though, is 175.51 into this close. We're not done going down here, even though this pin is here. We're not done going down here. Apple's going to go down another like 75 cents. So we're not done going down here. Even if we got the squeeze here. Even with this squeeze here, we're not done going down. I almost bought that 19. They own 16 cents, 437p. And Squo's down right now. Got a bounce on Apple here. I'm getting torched right now. Apple still has not closed its gap down below. I'm looking to see if we can close this gap next few minutes. Hope it doesn't reverse to the upside. I want to see a big reversal here. Dixie still squeezing higher here. God, Apple's getting a bid right here. I'm like, come on, Apple. Apple's got a fucking gap, dude. I'm like, fill that fucking gap. Give me that last fucking bloodbath in the last 5 fucking minutes. I'll be pissed off, man. I'll be fucking raging. Trading 7 cents, 6 cents right now. Better get that big fucking reversal. Hold on a second here. I'll be fucked. This will make me red on the day, I think. If I lose 1,600 here, I'll be fucking red on the day. Guaranteed it. Or flat, somewhere in there. Sell Apple into this fucking close. Like, sell it the fuck down. Come on, Apple. Back to 10 right now. Trading 11 right now. Come on. Sell Apple like a piece of shit that it is down in this close. Trading 11. I wonder if they're asking me to they're like, just give us the extra fucking 500. I'm like, fuck you. That would make this whole trade dead, like $100 loss. Trading 11 right now. I want that one last red bar into the bell. Like, I want that one fucking red bar, like one big ass red fucking donkey dick right here. Sorry, I shouldn't be saying that in the stream. One big ol' Come on, red bars. 6 minutes left. 6 more bars left. Trading 11.10 right now. Trading 12 right now. 13, 14, 17. I'm green right now, baby. 20 right now. Up another 400 fucking dollars. Come on. 26 right now. 27. No. All right, I'm selling right now. I'm selling. Woo, that was scary. Holy shit, that was scary. Woo! Woo! Come on, Phil. Fill these. I still got like 25 puts. I still got unfilled puts here. Come on, dude. Fill these fucking things. Now I'm upside down on 25 puts right now. I got 75 contracts filled, or no, I got 23 puts left, not 25. Fuck. Four minutes left. And they're fucking buying Apple here. I just sold out the last batch at fucking 5 cents. That's okay. I still made money in the trade. I made big money in this trade, so I'm happy. I'm going to do a starter position for tomorrow as well. I got 443 C's for Friday. 443 C. Kind of sweating here. I've got kind of panicking here. So I got oil. I've got oil, and I've got 25 443 C's. For tomorrow. I don't know necessarily that we squeeze overnight. My thesis here is that we go down overnight. My thesis here is that they're selling this. We do have 300,000 0 to 8 puts going in the money right now into this close. So someone's buying the market. Pretty big, significant buy here. So someone else owns the market, not just me. And I've got calls for tomorrow. 443s. My one big shit fear here for tomorrow is what I don't want to see is I don't want to see this bullshit here. Like this kind of nonsense. Sell it down in the open, and then we go up because this will fucking wreck. So I've only got 25 calls for tomorrow. If we go down, it's not that much of a hit. They'll probably be worth like $100 to $200, but I'm gonna trade this just in case we start squeezing higher. So I've got a bunch of calls for tomorrow. I just saved my ass here. I beat this whole trade that I lost on, so I'm happy right now. I'm actually pretty happy right now. So feeling pretty good here. They're coming back down again for more, dude. They're at fucking 23 cents right now. I don't even want to look at what the puts are worth in this last bar. Probably would have closed those out at 20 fucking cents. So I've got some calls for tomorrow. This looks like a nice close. I like this close. I'm gonna buy another fucking 25 at 415. I can already sense it. I can already smell this shit. This is what I end up doing is buy this close. Dealers come in and fuck around, and then I have to buy more. Now they're at 21 cents. Buying some more right here. Dude, 50 fucking... give me a fill. Okay, so now I've got more. I've got more fucking calls for tomorrow. 443. Now own 50 contracts at 443 for tomorrow. Look at all this doom in here, man. All this doom, dude. They're gonna try to print this right here. And try to print this bullshit down here too. That 435.61. If they do print this at 415, I'll probably add another 25 contracts for tomorrow and see how that goes. This trade paid for this, so I'm kind of happy anyways. It's kind of like a free trade for tomorrow. I'm going to watch this with you real quick before we get out of here. Now they're fucking 17. You can always tell we're going up when they do this bullshit. Now I want to buy some more. It's when I get like crazy, like buying shit. 436.60. Bloodbath in SPY right now. Look at that. Do you see this over here? Like one and down. I don't even know if we can get up here in SPOOs up here. This looks like it'll just drain down. I'm not going to add anymore. I'm just kind of scared here. Like maybe I should close this position. Kind of like scared. See this right here? Like this is not good right here. This looks like it ain't done going down till tomorrow. So I might, by 4:15, I might actually close these calls. I'm going to stick around with you until 4:15 because I don't want you to be thinking I do or don't own calls or puts tomorrow. It's 4:01 right now. Getting kind of sketched out by this. Like, this looks bad. This looks ugly right here. Look at that. That does not look like it's done going down. This looks like Bloodbathville right down there. Like, take all that shit out. Take all that shit out. Take all that shit out. Take the whole move away. We'll see if these come back by 4:15. If they don't, dude, this shit doesn't come back by 4:15, I would probably close these calls out. I'm getting a little panicky. I'm not interested in losing fucking my ass. So we'll wait and see. Till 4:15. It's 16:02 right now. I got 28 cents. 28 cents on 75 or 76 contracts. 28 cents on 76 contracts. And I bought for 16 cents. Got 6 cents on 25 contracts. 5 cents, not 6 cents. 5 cents on 24 contracts. If you want to add that up, you can. Yeah, the one thing I'm afraid of here in this close is Let's go over to let me go over here real quick and show you this. Dude, they're gonna pull some fast shit overnight. I might close these calls, man. Like, see this right here? This is not good here. See that shit right there? Like, I wasn't anti like closing the gap on Apple. Let me show you Apple here in a minute. So I was like, if they're gonna close the gap on Apple and then we squeeze back up here into the close, I'm open to that. This shit right here is like free fallville. You see that? That's like straight free falling. This right here is like panic selling after the bell. And I'm going to show you Apple real quick. So let me look at Apple. So see Apple down here? So like Apple is, let me show you two versions of Apple. So Apple had a gap right here. And they were trying to fill it. Apple's going to come down here in the morning and tap this, guaranteed, 174. So I'm going to show you Apple really quick. Let's go back to a full screen on Webull chart. This is what I was looking for in Apple. So 5 minute. So right here. So see this? I wanted to see Apple close this bullshit down here in cash market. And they didn't. They didn't fucking close this. I'm swearing now. So I was like, if Apple closes this in cash, I'll buy this for the open tomorrow. Like this, I would definitely buy. They didn't close it. So my concern here into this close is you'll do is you can't get it done in cash market, right? If you can't get under here in cash market, they'll fucking do it in futures market, right? This goes up and down. You can flip this chart over. You can flip this chart over and they'll do the same bullshit. On the other side, right? They'll gap it up, right? Just like gapping it down. So I have some concerns here. My calls are at 18 cents. I'm in for a total of 22, so I lose 2 pennies. Or no, 4 pennies. So right here where we're sitting here, just watching this right here, this looks like a fucking scam, I'll be honest with you. They do this on the upside too. If you reverse this chart right here, and if you can't get it done in cash, they'll get this shit done. Well, they'll get this shit done upside down in futures. So I'm pretty fucking bearish into the close. I'm not happy. This right here, I'm not happy with. Let me see if I can come back over here. I'm going to stick with you till 4:15, so hold on. I'm going to make this decision right now if I'm going to stay in this goddamn thing or get some puts. Like at SPY right here, I never see recoveries like this. Let's look at ES really quick. Yeah, ES looks good. Nope, that's Eversource. Hold on here. Like ES looks fucking sickly here. See that right there? See that right there? Like that kind of dog shit. This kind of dog shit right here. And there ain't nothing holding this shit up, right? There ain't nothing holding this up. And not only that, let's look back here. And the real support is way down here at 400. So there's like nothing here. Like, look at this right here. There ain't shit holding this up. There ain't nothing holding it up. Now, these buyers down here came up, right, and bought right there, but there ain't shit holding this up. There is no support right here. None. And these buyers right here, if they're in control, if these are actually sellers that are just looking for a place to buy or to sell another rip, they'll pull that rug right there and we'll go blast straight down. That target is 4,300. So the next 15 minutes or so, not 15, like next 10 minutes, we'll see if we get a bump here. So right now we've got a bump. Trade 19 cents. But I think this is to sell in the overnight. So I'm going to stick around until 4:15. I'm going to I have likely that I sell this up here before 4:15. Likely that I sell this, and I think they're going to do the deed inside of futures. So I'm pretty bare. I'm probably going to trade futures tonight too. So. Got 6 minutes left. 7 minutes left. It ain't looking pretty, man. Like that close. If they had hold on here. If they had like closed that Apple gap down here in cash, like boom, close that Apple gap, I'd be like, fuck yeah, recovery. But them not doing that in cash market, man, it's got my ass chapped. 100% my ass is chapped on this. Late night, yeah, because I'll be awake tonight. I'll be on Twitter. I will be awake on Twitter tonight, without a fucking doubt. If they try to send this shit to the dumpster fire in the overnight, if you're trading ES with me tonight, hold on. If you're gonna trade ES with me tonight, right? Let's take a look at it. Yeah, I can see it on Velo here too. So, see right here. See right here. There's more down to come tonight. See that down there? We're just getting started. Maybe it'll bounce, but we're just getting started here. So, ES for tonight. Like, that does not look good. That does not look good. You know how it doesn't look good, too? Is, like, right here. Like, you see this shit coming down right here? They're going to fucking sell this at, like, 6, 7 o'clock, 9 o'clock. Bam, right there. That's what's going to happen. They're going to sell that shit straight down to the depths of hell. Right down here. Price target, 43.1150. 43.1150. Matter of fact, I'll draw this in right now. And, well, we got a couple targets. So you want some overnight targets to trade with me tonight? There's one right there, and there's one right here. Downside targets, and this is the target to sell in the overnight right here. First target to the downside, 41. Oh, did I get that right? 43.50. Second downside target, 43.11. Not looking good here. I never really see stuff like this. Like, see that bloodbath there? Right? Come down, and then it gets rejected. You can see it right here. Blood, down, comes back up, and then slam. Slam. It's right there. That's where we are right now. About to come back up, squeeze higher, and then blast this. This whole trade is overnight right there. Whole trade. It's right here. 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock, 9 o'clock, 2 a.m. Bam, 6 a.m., fucking 4 a.m., 6 a.m. There's 4 a.m., there's 6 a.m. That's pretty bearish, isn't it? I'm going to try to sell here in just a few moments. I'm not long calls overnight. I doubt it. Like, I'm going to give it like a 0% chance here that I'm long overnight here, so 0% chance. Three minutes left. 2 minutes left. 2.5 minutes left to get out of this. They're asking for 18. No fucking way do I believe this. Now, the fact that they didn't do Apple, man, like leaving that gap on Apple pisses me off. Like, pissed me off to no end. Can't stand that they left that gap on Apple. That drives me fucking batty. Like these algos, dude, I watch these algos where they're trying to tag, and I'm like, I watch them all goddamn day long. These fucking algos, if they don't hit it, I'm like, That's not good. I'm like, that is never good when they don't hit that fucking bottom. I'll be seeing that price again. I guarantee it. All right. All right, I'm selling right now. I've got a sell order in. Oh, it just went down to 8 to 17. Some other sucker's going to be stuck with 17. Good job. Okay, I'm out. I'm flat. I'll be trying to trade tonight with you guys. If any of you guys are trading futures, I'm flat right now. No calls for tomorrow. So if anybody's asking out there from long into this close, no fucking way. No, it's already rolling right now. So tonight, if you are trading futures, I will get on Twitter and say if I'm long or short or selling futures. I want to sell tonight. Let me switch over here. I want to sell this right here. I want to sell that by midnight, I think, 2 in the morning. Hopefully they're going to fake like they're going to buy it. They ain't buying shit because they know Jerome's coming out. So something like that by open is what I'm looking for. Now, I will say to you this. If at any point in the middle of the night, if at any point I see a reversal here in futures, right here, price gets above, no trade to the downside. No trade to the downside if they get above 4404.75 at any point, 44.075 or something like that. There's no downside trade. So don't want any of this to happen in futures, like some bullshit like this. Then we go up into the open tomorrow. So keep your eyes on that number for the overnight. 4404.75, somewhere in there, even higher, maybe 4407. I'll leave it a little bit higher. I'll see all of you guys tonight on Twitter or tomorrow on stream. See you guys soon.